Okay, so this is my intro on TypeScript. So we're gonna learn TypeScript right now in this tutorial. So this is a very short intro that I'm gonna make, and yeah, so we're gonna learn it the easiest way. So this is for a beginner. So if you wanna learn Dino, so in the future, so we're gonna use the Dino environment on this one, and we're not gonna use Node.js on this one. And yeah, so no one's gonna use Node.js, so to keep moving forward. So that's my personal opinion on this kind of topic. And yeah, so in the next tutorial we're gonna learn our setup on this one. So on Dino we can use the TypeScript out of box, so we're gonna compile it on Dino and like that. So we're not gonna use Node.js with that bullshit big node module, not anymore. So yeah, this is the introduction only, and if you're a beginner or have experience or something like that, and yeah, so you're welcome to follow my tutorial. And I'm gonna make it quick. I'm not gonna make a longer video on specific topic, so I don't want to waste somebody's time and make it longer. And this is a multi-series tutorial, and I'm not gonna go in depth. So basically, if you don't have any experience on programming, this is not the type of video you should not watch first, because JavaScript is not the first language you should learn anyway. And yeah, so this kind of topic should be on fast pace, not gonna explain all the if else statement like that. We're gonna go quick as possible. No, I'm not gonna explain this is if else statement, what is variable operator. We're gonna tackle that so quick. So this is not for a beginner. I think you should understand, you should never learn this if you're a program. Never learn TypeScript as your first programming language. Learn other programming language first before you jump in on this, so you can easily follow. And yeah, so that's my rule on this series I'm gonna make on TypeScript. We're gonna do it with short video and quick, and that's it. And yeah, let's go to our environment setup, and let's just start it. Okay, so we're back on the TypeScript tutorial, and we're not gonna use Node.js on this tutorial. We're gonna learn TypeScript, and we're gonna keep moving forward. So we're gonna use Dino on learning TypeScript. So if you're watching a TypeScript tutorial that use Node.js, we're not gonna use that in the future. And yeah, so to keep moving forward, we're gonna use Dino right now. So you can use TypeScript or compile JavaScript out of the box just using Dino. It just blows my mind in a way. And you know what, let's just start it. So we're gonna download Dino. And so first installation, so we're gonna use PowerShell for Windows 10. It's so easy to do. So pull your PowerShell, and I want you to right click this and run as administration. And yep, so copy this one, just paste it, we're done. And yeah, so we're gonna install Dino. Okay, so we're gonna run this and copy that. Okay, so welcome to Dino. So it's mean Dino is installed in our system right now. So you know what, let's just compile a hello world on Dino, so in order to test this. So I'm gonna close this one. And okay, create any directory, doesn't matter. You know what, I'm gonna delete this thing. We don't need that. So okay, so I'm gonna create, you should create a file. So touch main.ts, so ts for TypeScript, and okay, so one more time, log hello world, and compile.x, and we're gonna dino run main.ts. Okay, so hello world. So we compiled our first TypeScript program, and yeah, so we're gonna go to the next tutorial. Okay, so we're back and we're gonna create our repository for TypeScript. It doesn't matter, you can skip this tutorial if you don't want to follow this. And you know what, let's just start it. Go to your profile. I'm gonna make it. So if you don't want to follow this, so if you don't want to save your thing like that, it doesn't matter, you can skip deep, go to the next tutorial. So create new, let's say TypeScript tutorial YouTube. You know what, like that. Oh, yep, so we're done. So we create our repository and we're gonna set up our file. So you can clone this, it's up to you, and you can save your file so using any kind of editor. So in this tutorial, so I'm gonna download this using, I'm gonna clone my repository, and let's say you know what, let's just copy this. Where's my TypeScript? Refresh. So we can start our tutorial now. So you know what, copy URL, paste, clone. Yep, so we're done now. We're done on this one. I'm gonna close this. So open your Visual Studio Code, and go to the so this one, where's the TypeScript? Yep, so we're done on this setup, and we're gonna go to our next tutorial. So you can skip this thing, it doesn't matter on this one. If you're gonna use Git or you're not gonna save it, just create a folder or directory. So yeah, so thank you for watching. Okay, so we're back on the tutorial. So you can skip this part if you don't like to install cmdir. So what is cmdir? It's like you can use a Linux command on Windows 10. So we're not gonna, how you gonna say it, we're not gonna use Ubuntu Linux to do that. We can do that too, but I'm getting used on using Linux command to make file folder. You can do this on your editor, it doesn't matter. And I like cmdir, I use this a lot if I'm practicing or coding. It doesn't matter, you can skip this video if you don't like. So just download cmdir. So you can download the full version, so it's up to you. And yeah, and why we gonna use this? So for example, I'm gonna compile a code on Dino. So you know what, I'm gonna close this. So let's say touch, I'm gonna make a file called index.ts. So ts for TypeScript, and so we create our file, right? So console, let's say console.log, and we're gonna make hello world like that. Okay, so we save that. So we're gonna compile that. So dino run index.ts. Okay, hello world. So we compile this. So you can do this on CMD, it doesn't matter. PowerShell, it doesn't matter. Like if you do this on terminal, so right click, open in terminal, dino run, and index.ts. So it's the same, but when I'm recording this, so I'm not gonna zoom in on this one to show it to you. This is on my personal opinion. When I'm recording, I want to show you the console thing, so I can move it like that, and that's it. So that's my only reason you're gonna download CMD to, so you can follow, so you can practice a bash or something like that. It's up to you. You can skip this anyway. So yeah, see you next tutorial. Okay, so we're back on tutorial, and you know what, I'm gonna give you a presentation. So I'm an old school guy who like to make this kind of presentation back on the old day. And yeah, so let's just start. So I'm gonna make this quick anyway. So TypeScript, so if you know what is TypeScript anyway, so TypeScript is like a, you're writing like C# or Java. So basically on JavaScript, it's not a, I want to say, you're not gonna, every time you're gonna create a variable, you're gonna define it int or string. Those are C# and Java, so are statically typed programming language. So that's why they create TypeScript. So only on JavaScript, you don't need to declare is it a integer or string. So that's the weakness of JavaScript anyway. So if we read the definition of TypeScript, so TypeScript lets you write JavaScript the way you really want to. TypeScript is a type superset of JavaScript that compile the plain JavaScript. So you can write a pure object oriented with classes interface statically typed like C# and Java. So basically you can write a pure object oriented language on TypeScript. So basically TypeScript is just a JavaScript anyway. And do you know Angular 2? So there is, so back on 2016, I'm still talking shit on TypeScript. It's not gonna happen. It will never happen. We're not gonna use JavaScript as your back, and there's no way JavaScript gonna replace PHP. That I always talk like that. There's no way. You should never learn that. And yeah, so we're on 2020. Dino version 1 just released. So when they introduce TypeScript, so you need to use, if you know it, so Node.js in order to use TypeScript. There's so many bullshit about that, so that's why I never hype on TypeScript when they release it. So yeah, so okay, so this thing's not gonna work. So Node.js, there's so many flaws about it, and you see the node module, it's so heavy, right? You need to have all those files in order to work. If you see that Dino right now, like it's so simplified, it's so easy to use. Okay, this thing's gonna work, and okay, I'm gonna take seriously the TypeScript. It just blows my mind anyway. So yeah, so we're here on 2020. TypeScript's gonna mainstream on next 5 years, and yeah, let's just study. And you know what? Let's go to the next. For origins, so programmer coming from object oriented will find it easily. So if you have experience on C Sharp, Java, something like that, you're gonna like TypeScript anyway. Just saying, you should like JavaScript. And yeah, so who those who have background objective programming language, you're gonna talking shit on JavaScript. Okay, JavaScript's a bullshit language, something like that. It's the same. I talk like that, and they they introduced TypeScript right now. You know what? I like TypeScript. Let's do it. And okay, so you know what? Let's just compile it anyway. So how we gonna compile TypeScript? So first we're gonna create already. So let's say touch index dot ts or something like that. So I'm gonna create two separate file, like so main.js, so you can compile JavaScript and TypeScript on Dino. It just blows my mind on this one. Okay, so we have this. So we have the index for TypeScript. So console.log and hello world. So I'm gonna give you the, so if you have experience on Node, so back then on Node, if you compile TypeScript, it will convert on your normal JavaScript. It just mess up, right? And main dot, you know what? So console.log, and it's the same. And you know what? You can compile both of these thing, and you know, let's compile it. So Dino run index.ts. Okay, so hello world. We got the hello world right now. And next is main.js. So Dino run. So main.js. You see this? So that's why Dino is so will become mainstream. You can compile normal JavaScript file and TypeScript, and you don't need to install Node.js, no module to do that. It's right out of the box. You can use TypeScript. That's why I like TypeScript right now. So it's so easy. And yeah, so let's go to the next tutorial. So we're done on the intro of what is TypeScript anyway. And yep, see you next tutorial. Okay, so we're back on tutorial. So we're gonna learn variable right now. And you know what? So I'm struggling to how I can approach this thing anyway. So before we start this, on first tutorial I make, so on first video on TypeScript, I say to you, you should never learn this if you're a beginner, like you don't have any programming language, and TypeScripts will become your first programming language. Absolutely no, I'm not recommended this to be your first programming language anyway. It doesn't make any sense right now. If you're gonna learn this TypeScript, you're not gonna learn this right now ASAP, and that's the thing. And you know what? If I'm start teaching you this kind of thing, variable, loop, all of that, I think the best language to teach you this is C Sharp and Python, because I can explain it more easily of those two language I say compare to TypeScript. I'm gonna talk about JavaScript, all of that that you're not gonna learn. You don't need that right now. And this thing I'm gonna doing tutorials fast paced and not gonna explain all of the things. it doesn't make any sense if you hear this thing right now, and that's why I write this thing. So basically JavaScript and TypeScript are absolutely the same. We're using a like we're gonna how you it's same on C# and Java. We're gonna declare it if variable is string, number, something like it. It's so easy to understand if you have learned Java or C#, those two. It makes sense to do that. So if you're a beginner, you want to jump in on this thing, you should never learn this as your first programming language. It does not make any sense anyway. So I'm struggling to make a how I'm gonna approach this to more easily. So you know what, let's just start it anyway. And okay, so on TypeScript, if you're gonna declare on, like for example on JavaScript, you're gonna say let name, something like that. So on JavaScript like this, so it will give you an error because on TypeScript you should declare what type of this thing. You should be specify this thing string, and that's it. So that you're gonna learn on variable. Okay, so this thing will not work if you're TypeScript. So you need on JavaScript, this will run okay, nothing gonna error. So it will compile this. You're gonna give this type of error, cannot block scope variable name ts on TypeScript. You're gonna get this kind of error if you try to compile this. So I never what kind of error they're gonna give me. So it did not give you an error, so what the hell. So on Dino right now, so you not gonna get a error message on runtime. Doesn't make any sense right now to learn. So Dino run and main.ts should give you an error, right? So it did not give an error right now on version 1. Okay, so you know what, let's just write the how you're gonna write variable on TypeScript. And in order to do that, let's say let name, and we're gonna declare this string. So we want to be string, right? So John, like that, and let, and say salary should be number, and we want to, let's say like that, and let age, we want number on this one, and let's say I'm 26 right now, 0.00, and we want, so let's say not names, and first name, and copy that, last name, so last name is like that. So let full name, so we're gonna use concatenation, so beginner. Okay, so concatenation, you're gonna combine two variables to do this thing. So first name, and last name, like that. And you know what, let's just compile this thing, so it's getting longer. Console.log. Okay, I'm gonna do it quick. Last name, salary, age, full name, so something like that, and console.log. Do this thing, like that. We compile it, so we're gonna compile it, so we're gonna do dino run and main.ts. Okay, it compiled. Okay, that's how it works now on TypeScript. In order you to declare this, you're gonna declare what type of this string and number. Okay, so I run this on Dino before we start, right? It did not give me an error right now because it's version 1. It compiled this thing. I think they're gonna fix this on the future, right? So that's the reason I should not learn this if you're absolute beginner. It just say should learn another language first before you jump in on this thing. And yeah, salary, age, full name. So that's how we're gonna do it. Number, like that. And yeah, so if you don't declare, they say on this one, so when you declare a bar, you have a per option. Declare the variable statement. So variable, identifier. So identifier and type notation and equals to value. So this is the one. And if you don't declare what is it, it's set to undefined. Is this true? Undefined? They say undefined, and what it is, it's like this. So let's say alias or something like that, and we gonna to be string is equal to nothing, like this. So this is the one, and this one identifier without even value. Let, and let's say nickname, and it's equal to value. So we're gonna name it to nickname, so 25, I guess, like that. So this is the number 3, and declare neither var not type. So let equals to nickname 2, and like that. It will compile. Yeah, it did not give error. So this is how we're gonna do this on TypeScript, like that. And you know what, we're good to go, and already tackle all of this, the variable. And let's just save this thing. Okay, so something like that. Push to origin. Okay, so we're done on the variable. So this is different on normal JavaScript. So you should be specify this string number or like that. So that's how we're gonna do it on TypeScript right now. And yeah, see you. Let's go to the next tutorial. Okay, so we're back on tutorial. So we're gonna talk about type assertion in TypeScript. So I'm gonna read the definition on this one so we can make the example. So TypeScript allows to change your variable from one type to another. So basically you're gonna convert something to another, and TypeScript refers this process as type assertion. So you should remember this thing if you're gonna search something. So the syntax, put the target type between the greater than and less than symbol. Place in front of variable of expression. Doesn't make any sense. You know what? Let's just start it. So bar str is equal to, okay, so 26. So this thing, and you know what? I don't like to use bar anyway. Should let, and let str2, and 1 to is to number. we want that the number is equal to number str and console. So str, so we want str here and console dot log and type op. So we're gonna use type op on this one to cover this str2. Okay, so what's the output on this one? So we put the string and we're gonna convert this to what is this. So it's supposed to be number, right? So not Python. Run main.ts. It's string. Okay, so if we compile this, it's supposed to be number, right? So string 1 is a string, so this next variable string 2 is a number type, so we pass it on string 1, so it's supposed to be type of number, right? If we compile this. Okay, so on this one they give you a, so why it's it, so the reason why it's not called typecasting is that casting generally implies some sort of runtime support, while type assertion are purely a compile time construct, a way for you to provide hints to the compiler how you want your code to be analyzed. Okay, so that's the type assertion in TypeScript. Okay, so if you want to convert this, so what is the, so this is a TypeScript, right? So if you make a main.js, what it looks like, so it's absolutely the same. Like I'm gonna use strict on this one, so use strict something like that and copy this thing and like this, str2 is equal to str, it's the same anyway. Yep, so we're gonna compile that, so ls, so we're gonna dino run main.js. Okay, so it's the same, so it's the same on JavaScript here and here, it's absolutely the same if you convert it to this thing. So yeah, so that's how. Okay, so it doesn't make any sense if you learn this on TypeScript. If you don't know, like on TypeScript they convert your code to JavaScript and compile it. So if you already experienced on Node.js, you understand this topic more easily, and you're not gonna think about your TypeScript. So if you're a beginner, you're gonna think about this code will compile. You're not gonna think about this code will convert to JavaScript and compile it. That's how TypeScript works. I don't know on Dino if that the thing. It's like if you run this TypeScript, we don't have the JS converted file. On Dino, on Node.js, if you compile your TypeScript, it will generate the JavaScript converted file. So this thing is absolutely the same on here, and it works fine, and that's it. Okay, this is a type assertion in TypeScript, and yeah, so let's go to the next tutorial. We're gonna learn next is TypeScript variable scope. So yeah, see you next tutorial. Okay, let's talk about the variable scope, and let's just start it. So if you have experience on C# or Java, you will understand more easily. So on regular JavaScript, you cannot understand the object-oriented language, how scope works. So even you learn Python, you not still understand the the object-oriented language is not created for be object-oriented language. You should understand that pure objected language are C# and Java, and C++ are not pure programming, not pure objected programming language. So if you search that thing, you can make a C++ program procedurally, like C syntax. So yeah, so that's the thing. And now on TypeScript you can do that, object-oriented language. And you know, let's see. So this one's called the global variable because it's on the top. You can access this everywhere. So global, if you call this on your console log, you can access it more easily. So class variable, and so class variable, you can access this only on created instance object of that to access our class variable. So if you see this, so the default is public. You can access it outside, so it's public. I don't know the TypeScript class, is it public on default, or should be, can you private this? Can we private this thing? So we're gonna get error. Okay, so numbal. Okay, it's private, so private can be only accessible within class. So in default, if you don't name it, it's public. Okay, so default, so we're gonna do this. So default is public. So there's so many things to fix this, do you know? So version 1, we're still on version 1, they're gonna fix this thing anyway. Default is publics. And yeah, so you see that test, we know that the default is public. So static variable, we can access static var without creating an instance. If you see this, so this is the static variable. And yeah, so this is the scope anyway, you understand this. So inside the class are class variable, you can create static variable and that. So local var inside the function, those are local variable inside the class. So this is all the scope, I guess. We understand the variable. If you don't declare is it private or public, it will be automatically public at this point. So we test that. And yeah, so that's for the variable scope on TypeScript. And yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so we're back on the TypeScript tutorial. So we're gonna talk about operator. So nothing that I'm gonna teach, there's nothing I can teach you about this operator. It's absolutely the same. And if you know Java and C#, you will answer. I'm not gonna make all the example for arithmetic, logical, relational, greater than equal, assignment like that. It's absolutely the same anyway. And it's not on JavaScript, it's now TypeScript. The only way change, so I'm gonna give you an example for arithmetic. Every time you're gonna create a variable, say number 1, num1. So you need to specify what type it is. So like that. So let's say 10. So that's the only thing that changed. You're gonna always specify if it's number or not, like that, semicolon. And Yep, so let's say total is equal to num plus, so like that. So there's nothing I can teach all of this because this is a very basic, and console.log, so total. So that's the thing, you always gonna specify what kind of variable. It's number, it's number. If it's string, it's string. So that's the only change that happened. Let's say dino run and main.ts. Grade 12. So that's it, and nothing special about, nothing changed about. It's the same anyway in every language, even JavaScript. It's absolutely the same. So in TypeScript, you should be specify the variable that you're gonna use if you're comparing. Yeah, so nothing special about. So we can go to the next tutorial on if else statement. All of those are the same anyway, and you know what, let's go to the next tutorial. Okay, so we're back on the TypeScript tutorial. So you can skip this tutorial. So it's all about if else, else if, switch on TypeScript. So the only difference, you need to declare your variable a number or not. Nothing's changed anyway. So programming in general is just a if else statement, and that's it. If you know if else statement, you can program any language. And you know what, let's just start it. So I'm gonna give an example. If else statement, else if, all of those. So let's say let number, let's say num, and we're gonna declare number is equal to 2. So if parentheses num is greater than 0. Okay, so this if and else if, it's absolute the same anyway, and num like that 0 and else. Okay, so you know what, console dot log okay, so positive negative or negative, something like that. So we're gonna run this thing quick. Dino run and main.ts. Okay, making decision. Okay, wrong file, like that. So positive. So this is the if else if statement in TypeScript. So nothing changed anyway. You can practice this and like that. So now we're gonna go to the switch statement. It's absolutely the same anyway. So we're gonna do it on string so you can understand it. So let grade dot string is equal to a, like that, and switch. So we're gonna call switch on this one. So we're gonna put the grade. So we specify the string right now. And case 1, let's do it. Case dot a, so we want to break this, and console.log, and let's say excellent. Let's say you got a grade, something like that. Okay, something. Okay, so we can copy this. So call it B and C. So we're gonna do the default, quick default, and console.log. So default and break. So nothing special. On switch statement, you're gonna only specify your variable in order to do this. And let's run. Okay, so you got a grade. So this is all the if else if statement, switch statement in TypeScript. Nothing changed anyway. So we're gonna go to the loops on TypeScript, and yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so we're back on the tutorial. So before we start on loops, and we're gonna learn for loops, while loops, do while loops, break, continue, and learning infinite loops. So those are the loops that we're gonna learn on TypeScript. So this is a so basic. You can skip this part if you want to. Like loop is in general is so easy to do. So if you wanna learn only the syntax, okay, you're okay to follow. And yeah, so let's just start it. So on this tutorial, we're gonna learn only the infinite loop, not the. So I'm gonna make a separate video for while, do while loop using break and continue, so we can understand more on break and continue in next tutorial. So you know what, I'm gonna give you a example for infinite loop on TypeScript. To do that, you type for and double semicolon like that, and console.log. So this is infinite loop, something like that. So we're gonna run this thing. So dino run, so main.ts. Okay, so it will loop infinitely. So this is a infinite loop. So I'm gonna end this like that. So this is a for loop, infinite, and the next is while. So I'm gonna comment this out so you can. Okay, so while is so easy, and while if the statement is true, it will continue. So put true on this one, and like that, and we're gonna run it again. Yep, it's the same. So using while or for, it doesn't matter, it will generate a infinite loop. I'm gonna end this thing, and yeah, so this is how you're gonna do the infinite loop for or while. So in next tutorial, we're gonna go to the for loops. I'm gonna make separately because I don't wanna make longer video and you're gonna get overwhelming. That's my approach on this one. So yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so we're back on the tutorial, so we're gonna talk about for loops. And so in for loops, so this is the syntax for loops. You're gonna type initial, count value, termination condition, and step, and the statement. So on Python, so you can use in. So you can use in keyword on for loop. So if you wanna loop on the list, so you can use in. It's the easiest way to do that. So you know what, let's just start it. So in order to loop, so let num, say number is equal to 5, and let I equal to number is equal to 0. So we're gonna start on 0, and so we're gonna want factorial. Factorial is equal to 1. So we're gonna do the for I is equal to num. So we're gonna start on 5, and on this semicolon I is equal to 1. So we're gonna decrement this one. So console.log, and we want to console, so not this one, on here, down. So factorial so we're gonna print the factorial. Okay, clear. So dino run for the ts. Okay, so I mistake, not 1, I. So 120, it will run 120. Okay, so it will run 120. So it doesn't matter what we're doing. So factorial, so the only thing you should remember is like we should define its number like that in order to loop. And that's it. It's same if you learn JavaScript, it's so easy to pick up this up. And we're gonna use in. So we're gonna make a variable, so let's say you know what, j is equal to any, and let n is equal to any. So we're gonna do a b c, something like that, d e f g h. So we're gonna loop this. So how we're gonna loop it is for, so in j in n, so we're gonna loop all of this. So console.log, so n is array, so we're gonna access with index. So j will start with 0, and we're gonna loop inside of this. Yep, a b c d e f g h. So this is how we're gonna use in. If you wanna loop on, okay, so this is how we're gonna do this. So this is how we're gonna loop. And yeah, so this is the for loop in TypeScript. It's so easy to do, nothing's too special about this. And yeah, so see you in the while loop tutorial. Okay, so let's back on the tutorial. So let's do the while. So while is like you're gonna write while and the condition, you know. So the statement is if the condition is true, it will run. It false, it will not run. So let's just start it. So we're gonna create a variable. Okay, so let factorial, we want it number, and while, so this the syntax, we want the number greater than is equal to 1, factorial, so factorial is equal to factorial, we're gonna multiply it by the number and we're gonna decrement this like that, and console log. Okay, so this is a concatenation. We're gonna, if you don't know this plus, if you're gonna use console.log, you're gonna use plus and the variable. That's how we're gonna do it. So okay, let's compile the code. ls dino run while.ts, like that. It'll give you the okay number is equal to let, okay, not number, number, okay, number. Okay, so the factorial is 120. That's it. That's while loop, and nothing special about this. If you learn another programming language, you can skip the loop tutorial and you can go to the next topic. And yeah, okay, so we're gonna do the do while loop. So do while, I'm gonna read the definition and we're gonna do the example for this one. So let's just start it. So do while loop is similar to the while loop, so except that do while loop does not evaluate the condition for the first time the loop is executed. So however, the condition is evaluated for the subsequent iteration. In other words, the code block will be executed at least once in a do while loop. Okay, so let's just start it. We're gonna make our do while loop. So what this mean? So let n let's say 5 do. So this is the condition. Like that, and console.log. Okay, so it should be print 5 4 3 2 1 clear, and dino run do while.ts. Okay, so 5 4 3 2 1. So this is the do while loop, and we see this. So this one, okay, so this the condition. All the code here is like, it's the same on while loop. If you have a parenthesis on here, it's like I never used to do while loop in my program anyway. I use while for like that, for each on the program. So there's a do while. If you want to make a program that will loop once, at least once in do while loop, you can use this thing. And yeah, so it's part of the programming. That's why we teach this do while loop thing. And yeah, so we're gonna go on function. So we'll finally go to the good thing: function, array, classes, interface, object, namespace, something like that. Is the TypeScript thing. So you can use object-oriented programming language. So maybe in the future, like we're gonna talk about how design pattern works. So I think there's a book that where is that? I forgot here the author of that name. Like he do the design pattern like that. I think we're gonna go that route on web development. And yeah, so yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so before we start in our tutorial, so this is an introduction on function. And yeah, so we're finally here. We're gonna learn new things anyway, and let's just start it. So we're gonna learn on TypeScript function is defining a function, calling a function, returning a function, parameterized function, optional parameter, rest parameter, default parameter, anonymous function, the function construction, recursive, and TypeScript lambda, syntactic variation, function overload. And all of this, we're gonna learn this on TypeScript. So these things we're gonna, how many? One. So there's a 13 video that will gonna come out on this function. And yeah, so we're gonna learn this thing, this tutorial. And this only the introduction. For that, we're gonna tackle this step by step, not in one video. That's gonna be overwhelm our brain to do that. I don't want that to happen. And yeah, so we're gonna learn the defining a function in next tutorial. Okay, so we're back on the tutorial. So we're gonna learn about defining a function on TypeScript. So let's just start. So the syntax for this is the same of JavaScript. You're gonna name the function name, and it's so easy. Let's just start it anyway. So function, and let's say a information, something like that, and console.log. Something like that. So we're gonna call this. So this we're gonna define. So this is how we're gonna define a function. If you wanna call this thing, ls clear cd to the function, dino run, so 0 defining .ts. Okay, so let me clear this thing, and let's compile this. So dino run and the name of the file. So we're gonna get this console.log, and yeah, so this is how we're gonna define function in TypeScript. It's so easy. Okay, so we're back in the tutorial. So we're gonna learn about this, how to call a function. So we already learned this thing on JavaScript, nothing's too special. In order to call function, you need to do is call the function name. So function name, you're gonna call the function name. So test like that, semicolon, or terminal. So clear, dino, run. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this one like that, so it will compile. So this is how we're gonna call a function. You're gonna call by name. So this is the calling a function, and it's so easy. If you know JavaScript, there's no special way to do this. It's so easy. And yeah, so we're gonna learn about on the next tutorial, returning a function. Yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so we're back on the tutorial, and we're gonna learn about returning a type function. So in your function, if you want to return something on JavaScript, you can do this more easily. So return the string or return a number, you can do that. So in Java or C#, you can do that too. So now on TypeScript, the syntax is like this. So function name, you're gonna do this one, I'm gonna say colon, and the return type. So we're gonna return string on this one. So if we call the test on this one, it will return this hello world, right? So if we compile this, how it works, hello world. So what about number? So we're gonna do number, we're gonna return a number on this one, and test2, we want number, and 2 like that. Copy this 2 again, test2, message 2, yep, like something like that. We compile and we got the number 2. So this is a number and a string. How we gonna return a string or number? You can do this on variable too, it doesn't matter anyway. So let's say let bar is equal to 2, not bar, variable, semicolon. It's still compile anyway, like that. You know what, it's more easy to use like that. Okay, so you can do that. You need to specify what type of return type you're gonna return, number or string. Okay, so that's how you're gonna do this on TypeScript, and yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so we're back in the tutorial. So we're gonna learn about the parameterize function. So this is the syntax. So function name, and this one. So in regular JavaScript, you don't need to specify what kind of data types. So in TypeScript, you can do that now. So function, let's say test, and like that, and let's say name. So we want name to be a string, and we're gonna use comma. So age is equal to number, like that. So we're gonna do this by using console.log, and my name is, say, plus name, and plus, and my age is plus age, like that. So we're gonna use this test, and let's say like that. Yeah, so we're gonna compile this thing now. Ls, we want dino run. Copy this one, parameterize function. Let's run, compile. Okay, we need space on here, like that. So I'm gonna zoom this out. Okay, so this is how we're gonna use parameterize function in TypeScript. You can add the data types for this one, age and number, like that. You can do that on TypeScript now, and that's it. Nothing too special. You can do this on JavaScript. So on JavaScript, you're gonna add only the variable, and that's it. Nothing on this one. So you're gonna specify the data type. That's the only different about that. So yeah, see you next tutorial. Okay, so we're back. So we're gonna talk about optional operator. So what is this? So in your function, I tell you in the last tutorial that you can specify the data types on this one. So for example, what if the function don't pass the third argument? What will gonna happen? And yeah, so let's see. So on TypeScript, you can have this thing called this one. You see this? I put a question mark on this one. So if you don't have this thing, what will gonna happen? You're gonna get an error. Argument was not provided, like that. You need to put this. So even the function is like, how you gonna say it, empty. You can put the third argument and use it, or it's up to you. It doesn't matter. And yeah, so let's run this thing. Okay, so on the first one, we pass the first, the number, the name, and the mail. So this how we're gonna do is, this is the optional parameter, and you can, by using the question mark, this one, you should remember this thing. So it's kinda useful in the future. And yeah, so this is a short tutorial, nothing too special about this. So on this one, we're gonna undefine. So okay, so I forgot to tell you that on the variable tutorial, that any variable without value are called undefined. It's not null, okay? It's called undefined on the TypeScript, so you should remember that too. If you're gonna, what's the value of the variable, it will return undefined. So that's it. You should remember. It's very important to do it on this. I forgot when I teach on variable that without value it's undefined. Oh yeah, see you on the next tutorial. Okay, so in this tutorial, we're gonna learn rest parameter. So this is a very important topic, and it's very useful. So if you know Java, so like you can pass any, for example, on this one, any parameter on this one. So we're gonna pass a array of number, and we don't know how many parameter we're gonna pass. So this is called rest parameter. So how are you gonna do it? You're gonna use the triple. So you know what, I'm gonna comment this using dot to put how many parameter is yeah. So just say like that. You can use this if you don't know how many parameter you're gonna pass on this one. So you're gonna use dot and that's it. So if you example for this one, like I'm gonna add a number that 1 plus 1 like that. So if you see the function, it will add all of the array, so number array, all of the array inside of that, and you're gonna get the sum. So if you run this thing, man, if you know Java, you already know this thing. Rest parameter, like not Python, run like that. Okay, it will compile. So if you see the parameter, like this one have a 3, and this one have 5, and this one have a 2. So this is very useful on TypeScript if you're gonna pass on a function with, like, you don't know how many parameters you're gonna need. So you don't need to overload the, like, you don't need to create a function that have 5 parameter, 4 parameter with same name. Function overload. On that, you don't need to do that. You can do this on TypeScript using the rest parameter. It's so very useful to learn this thing. And yeah, so where are we now? So we're gonna learn the default parameter on the next tutorial. So see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so in this tutorial we're gonna learn the default parameter. So on default parameter, what is this? So for example, on this one, rate. So it's a simple function that calculate the discount. If the discount are not specify how much you're gonna specify the discount, it will take 0.70. That's the default. But if you specify how much discount you're gonna get, and the function will work on that. It's okay if you did not specify the rate. And yeah, let's just start it. So this is a very useful, the default parameter. You know what, let's just put this. Okay, so let's say we buy a shoes like $100 and we got 0.70 discount on that. So on Christmas we got a discount about $1. Let's say 1 on that. Okay, so let's run this. How much discount we're gonna get? Not Python, run. Run 07. You know what, let me copy this like that, and you're gonna get discount of 100, absolutely 0. It's so unrealistic. So we're gonna do this about 0.75, I guess 76. Okay, so this is the discount we're gonna get. Okay, so you see this, the discount is 76. So discount is 76. You say dollar, I guess, like that. Okay, so one more time we're gonna do this, calculate the discount. So our discount is 80% on that. Run that. We got 80% of the discount. Okay, so that's how we're gonna do this thing, default parameter. And yeah, so we're gonna learn next is anonymous function on the next tutorial. Okay, so in next tutorial we're gonna learn about anonymous function. So you already see this thing before, but on any JavaScript, like you never think what this called about. So this is called a anonymous function. If you see this, like function and like this and like that, so you already see this thing on JavaScript. It's called anonymous function. And you know what, let's just start it. So basically this is the basic example I can get, and like that. So on TypeScript, so if we run this thing first, so dino run, what's the name of this? Dino run, copy that, like that. You can use the hello world, and on this one you can use this, for example, bar, like let's say that res is equal to a function. So we're gonna multiply something and return the, like that. So on this one, semicolon, I almost forgot semicolon. On this one, so you're gonna specify number b dot number, like that. So you can use the rest right now. So rest, okay, so we're gonna pass the value about, let's say 2 times 2. We're gonna get 4 on this one, and run this again. Okay, we got the 4. Okay, so this is called anonymous function. If you see this kind of thing, like they call function and like that. And yeah, so this is a anonymous function. So we're gonna go to our next tutorial about function constructor. So you can call the, okay, you know what, let's talk about that on the next tutorial. Okay, so see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so we're gonna learn about function constructor, and yeah, let's just start it. So basically on TypeScript you can call the new that function. So it's a class. You use new, so it's a built-in function on TypeScript. You can do this, and yeah, so the syntax is like this. So you're gonna call the where is it? So the syntax bar and res is equal to new. We're gonna call the function like that, and the arguments in the body, like that. So if you see this, so addition, you know what, let's run this thing. Dino run, yes, dino run, like that. So it's 12, right? So this is a addition. So if you copy this thing, you're gonna do subtraction, it's plus, not division. and like that. Okay, so this is the easiest way example I can think about. So yeah, so you're gonna call the function, you're gonna give the variable the parameter, and what will you gonna return is a plus b, something like that. You can do this thing, and yeah, so this is the function constructor on TypeScript. And let's go to the next tutorial, the recursion and TypeScript function. Okay, let's learn about recursion and TypeScript in function. So what is a recursion? So recursion is a technique for iterating over an operation by having a function call to itself repeatedly until it's arrived at a result. So if you see this example, like on X we pass 6, right? It will just think about this, just looping on a operation until it hits on 0. So that's why you never use this if you don't know, because it's hard to maintain the code. So just think about this for loop that will loop until hit on 0. So 6 decrement by 1 until it hits on 0. So that's it. That's the whole function of this recursion. And okay, so I'm gonna give you a trivia on this one. So this code will get an error. So what's the error on this one, on this example? Okay, I'm gonna give you 3 seconds. If you figure this out, okay, you understand the function on TypeScript. Okay, you figure it out. Okay, so there's an error on this one. So okay, so this one I'm gonna run this thing. Okay, so it's a factorial implicit has a return type any. We already learned this thing on this one, returning a function. So if you see this, so function test, and this one we want to specify the return type on TypeScript. So if you figured out this one, you already understand TypeScript anyway. Close that. So we want to return a number like that. So the default is any if you see the compiler error. So let's run this. It will solve the problem. 720. Boom, that's it. So already learned the recursion and how to return a function value. You can return string, number, like that. So I'm not gonna overcomplicate you on this topic, recursion. It's like you're gonna call your function over and over until the condition hits. Return once mean exit on this one. And yeah, so that's how we're gonna do it. It's so easy. So 6 and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If it hit on 0, exit on that, you get the factorial. That's it. So nothing too overcomplicated. So we're gonna go on the next tutorial, and yeah. Okay, so let's talk about lambda function. I think you already see this lambda function on JavaScript. It's like they call this path arrow, I guess. So path arrow notation. So it's same on anonymous function anyway. So it's like this. You're not gonna use the curly braces. So don't confuse you. And lambda and anonymous function are basically the same. Like there's so many ways to do the function things right now. So this thing, you can do this on one line of code. Like the reason they do this is to make your code like line per line. It's so easy to read this. And yeah, so if you're really fast programmer, like like you're gonna write it so quickly, you can use lambda, and it's so easy to maintain. And yeah, so let's just start it anyway. So lambda function is referred to a anonymous function in programming, and consists of mechanism represent anonymous function. Nothing too special. I think the only thing you're gonna remember is the arrow function. So there are three parts of lambda function. So the parameter, the fat arrow, and the statement. So these are the three. So parameter inside this parentheses are called the parameter, and the fat arrow and the statement. So that's it. That's the three things. It's same on the anonymous function. You're gonna call the function. You can specify the parameter and the statement. It's absolutely the same anyway, and nothing too special about this. I'm not gonna confuse you to do this thing. It's up to you. You can use lambda or anonymous function. Like I see programmer use this. They're gonna call function and return this. Like, okay, if I read this, I will understand. Okay, you're gonna return a function like that. Okay, I understand that. And in lambda, you can do this on one line of code, no curly braces, and that's it. So let test2 is equal to, let's say, 2 parameter x number. We want number, comma, and y dot number, and we're gonna do the fat arrow, so x plus y, like that. So what will return? So it will return, so 1 plus 1, it will return 2, right? So wait. So test2. Okay, so let's run the code. ls dino run, get the lambda. Okay, so it's 2, it's correct. Okay, so this is a lambda function and anonymous function. They are absolutely the same, and you're gonna use only the fat arrow on this one. Nothing too special anyway. If you understand anonymous function, it's so easy to understand lambda anyway. Okay, so this is a anonymous function and the lambda function. If you see this, how clean the code is, like we'll do the same thing on this one. If you compare this to this, which one you're gonna use? I think lambda, because you can do this on one line of code. And yeah, see you in the next tutorial. So what are we gonna next? Okay, lambda, syntactic variation, all that. Oh, we're gonna learn syntactic variation in the next tutorial. Okay, so we're gonna learn about syntactic variation. So it's not a mandatory to specify the data type of a parameter. In such case, the data type of parameter is any. So you can do this on TypeScript. You don't need to specify if it's a string or number. That's called a syntactic variation. You can go crazy on this if you want to use this thing. What's the point of using TypeScript? You're not gonna specify. And yeah, so say you should know that this thing exists. That's it. Nothing too special. Okay, so if you see the code, bar func is equal to x, and the fat arrow and the body, the statement is here. So we're gonna compile this thing. So dino run syntactic variation. like that. Okay, I got an error. Okay, so it have an any anyway, so we're gonna return this. Okay, so we got an error, right? So implicit has an any type, so we're gonna do that. Do any in order to pass this. Okay, so we pass that. So we want to be any on this one. So one more thing. Okay, so we pass the function to any, so we don't know if it's a number or a string. That's why the syntactic variation is very useful. If you're gonna use this thing, we're not specify a string or number, we don't know. That's why we call that function 26 and a string it pass. And yeah, so that's how you're gonna use the syntactic variation. And yeah, I hope you learned something. So we're already almost done on all the function overload. Okay, so we're already getting the good thing. So function overload is like on the object-oriented programming language. And yeah, so yeah, let's go to the next tutorial. Okay, so in this tutorial we're gonna learn the function overload. So I'm gonna read the definition of function overload. So function have the capability to operate differently on the basis of the input provided to them. So in other words, a program can have a multiple method with the same name with different implementation. So this mechanism is termed as function overload. So it will support on TypeScript. So if you program on Java, and you can do that function overload. You heard that before, or C++. So let's just start it. So the easiest way example I can imagine is like, for example, if you want to display something, so this is the easiest way I can explain. So basically, if you're gonna display something, for example, it's like on this one, if display gonna only one parameter with one parameter with string, you can get that and input the name. So with the same name, we're not. So basically, you can do this with separate kind of function name in one, but the implementation is different for every parameter. So that's the function overload. You're not gonna create a, how you gonna say, multiple function. It's so easy to maintain if you're gonna have different functions. So it's possible to do this. That's the important thing. You should know this thing exists, so you should never repeat yourself. And function overload is useful if you're gonna make a function with the same name with different parameter. So that's it. Nothing to, I'm not going to overcomplicate things. And let's run this. You know what, I'm gonna clear the error I made. Okay, so like that. So that's it. So there's a one thing I already forgot to tell you, that on the return function, remember the return function, you can return string, number, and I forgot to tell you that you can return void. So nothing you can return. You can, if you use void, so if you have already programming language, I told you should never use TypeScript as your first programming language. The introduction of programming language, I'm not gonna tell you should learn TypeScript as your first program. It's never gonna happen. You should learn like Java or C# like that. So voids, like you're not gonna return anything. And I forgot to tell you on the return function back on tutorial, like that. So you can do that void. So in this example, I show it to you that you can return void. So absolute nothing. If you pass this, nothing happens. And this one, it will display. And yeah, so this is the function overload. And yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so this is a introduction for numbers and what we're gonna learn on this tutorial. So basically we're on numbers right now. So on here we're done on the function and loops. So we're gonna tackle about in this chapter called numbers and all the function and the method that you can use on TypeScript. We're gonna do that on this one. You can skip this if you wanna learn array, tuples, union, interpret, class of all of that. So you can skip right now and go to that topic. If you don't want to hear this, it's up to you. And yeah, so on this one we're gonna learn the property. So max value, it's same on different language anyway. Max value, mean value, none. Okay, so this one is so interesting. It's a not a number, none. So on TypeScript they return none. So undefined. So they're okay. So if the value are not defined, what's the value of that? So it return undefined. It's not null on different. It's null on different language, but on TypeScript it will return undefined, right? We test that on last tutorial, I guess. And negative infinity, less than mean value. Negative infinity. I think you should think that if you're using like this type of okay, so if you are using strongly type object-oriented programming language, so you need to think what's the maximum and minimum of a number. For example, on Java, you should know what's the maximum value of integer, because if you're gonna make a bank that your variable hold that number, there's a maximum value that int can hold. You're gonna use double on that. You're not gonna use int to hold all of the all of the who use your bank like that. You don't want to hold that on your integer. So this is very basic. You should learn this on C. When I don't know what language your first language is, I learned this on C. Like back then on my teacher talk about, okay, you should never use int and you should use double because you can hold larger amount of value on that. And positive infinity, same on this prototype and constructor like that. And we're gonna tackle about methods on this. Methods, exponential to fix, to local string, precision to string, value of. All of this, we're gonna learn this and in the next tutorial. So yeah, so let's just start it. Let's go to the next tutorial. Okay, so we're back in the tutorial. So in this tutorial we're gonna learn the number prototype, and yeah, let's just start it. So this thing is self-explanatory. I'm not gonna go deep and make longer video on this one. It's not worth it anyway. It's self-explanatory. You can search this thing, and I'm gonna put it on here. You should, and if you're curious, you can search this thing. It's up to you. And yeah, let's just start it. So why you gonna learn this? So TypeScript is a strong type programming language like Java, C Sharp, C++, and if you have software experience, like you should learn what's the max value of integer, and you should never use int to hold a variable. For example, the most example I can possibly think, so if you have a bank account program, so why, if you hold your client on your integer, if that exceed the max value of that integer, it will get an 0, right? So all your data are gonna be broken and you're gonna get fired. So that's the same explanation how the New Boston, if you don't know who is the New Boston, it's like the first programmer on YouTube who teach. And yeah, same on that. And I remember that on, you should use double because it double holds more large number. It's gonna happen on TypeScript, and should remember what's the max and the min value. So your program is gonna broke if exceed that, and yeah, it's never gonna happen anyway. So if you see the max value and the min value of this, okay, we compile, so it can hold like this and like this, and if infinity minus infinity. So you should learn this thing and just think about that. And I'm not gonna make this longer video, and we're gonna go to the next thing called the, I think we learned the numbers method. So yeah, so we're gonna go to the next tutorial. Okay, so we're back on the tutorial. So we're gonna learn about the methods, number methods, and yeah, so let's just start it. So we're gonna learn the exponential to fixed to local string, precision to string, value of, all of those things. And yeah, you should just remember this thing exists, and so you can search this thing. And yeah, let's just start it. So I already write all the codes. You don't want me to see this writing. It's not worth it anyway. Like, you're gonna get bored. I don't want to get bored somebody. So I want to make this quick, and we can go to the next tutorial. So exponential. So let's run this thing. Like that. So we can run that. So num is to fix 17. So exponential. So we'll force a number to display the exponent notation even if the number is in the range. Okay, if in the range, which jobbers is normally used to standard notation. Basically interesting. So we force the dot on that. So that's the exponential. And number next is to fix. So fix is format a number with a specific number digit to the right to the decimal. So we use, if we don't use, we're gonna only get the 70. So it's very useful to use fix 2 decimal and 6 decimal, like that, to local string. So we're gonna get that to local string. To precision. So what's precision? Define how many total digit including the digit left to right of the decimal. To disciplinary negative precision will throw an error. So precision is this, like that. And to string, we're gonna get 10. It's so easy. We already learned this on JavaScript. To string and value of, so number of value, it will turn 10. If you want to check what's the value of a variable, so number, so variable dot value of. It's so very useful. You can do that. And yeah, so this is how it is, the number. So we're already done on this thing. We're gonna go on string. So we're on the number, so we're gonna go on string on this one, so we can move forward now. And yeah, okay, so we're back with the tutorial. So we're gonna learn about string, and you can skip this tutorial and go to the next tutorial. It's up to you. And yeah, let's just start it. So we're gonna learn the construction length. So if you already learned JavaScript, you already know this thing. Chart code dot, concat, index of, last index of, local compare, match, replace, search, slice, split, substring to local case, something like that. All of this, we're gonna learn this thing on the next tutorial. So if you don't like to learn this, you can skip this thing and keep moving on the next tutorial. You should know only the method this thing exists. You don't need to implement this. For example, search thing exists, slice, split. Should read this one, so the definition, and you can play it around. So that's the introduction for string for now, and we're gonna go to the next tutorial. Okay, so we're back on the tutorial. We're gonna learn about the string constructor and length. And so I already write the code, so you don't need to watch me rewrite this thing. I'm gonna explain it to you. So now on TypeScript, you can call the string class, and you're gonna make an instance of that, and it's same, you can use that constructor. You can call this type of thing. So this is a string, so string that constructor is this. We're gonna pass the string, and same on here. So this is a constructor. So we're not learn about class yet. What is constructor? So if constructor is like this one, on this parameter, it will pass it to you're calling the class, and you're passing the parameter on here. So that's it. So this how we're gonna pass this string to the string class, and it will output this string. So that's it, nothing too special about that. We're gonna learn that on class on the next tutorial. And so this one is so very useful, that length. If you want to find the length of a string, you're gonna do that length. So this thing is very useful, and if you know what's the length of a string, like that. So length is 11. So we're gonna do some crazy thing like that. 26. Okay, so that's how you're gonna use that length and the constructor for string. Nothing too special. If you already learned JavaScript or another programming language, you already learned this thing. And yeah, so we're gonna go on the string methods. We're not gonna tackle all, just we're gonna talk about that, and we can proceed to our next tutorial. Okay, so we're back on the tutorial, and we're gonna learn about string method. So if you already learned programming language, you know that there's so many string method that built in a programming language. You should never remember all of those and memorize this thing. You can search it. You should just remember those things are exist. You don't need to implement that again over and over, recreate the wheel like that. So already write the code. I'm not gonna make this longer video and watch me write this. That's too boring anyway. No one's gonna watch that. So you can get all the code on the GitHub. And yeah, so these are string methods. We're gonna only tackle I'm gonna string replace and search, because this thing is kind of useful on string anyway. If you're gonna find on string, so it's kind of good thing. It's like regular expression anyway. And yeah, so slice, split, those are useful. So all of these are useful anyway. You can create a program, so CLI, command line, like that. For example, if you're scraping so it's different topic on Python, like that. So you're gonna find a class inside of class that, like, I go crazy. So back on ASP Classic, there's no way you can get API access, but we managed to pull that off, and by using string method on ASP Classic. That's so goddamn weird anyway. How we gonna pull that thing and still moving? Just don't call me on my phone and fix the API I made. That, yeah, it just blows my mind anyway. That's why you should learn and slice and split. So do you know how powerful modern programming language compared to the oldest one? You don't need to implement or loop like that. You just need to remember how it used. Yeah, so that's for our tutorial. You can get the code, all of this, on the GitHub. So I'm gonna give all the code on the end of the series. And yeah, so we're gonna go to our next tutorial. Okay, so we're back on the tutorial. So we're gonna learn about array in TypeScript. So basically, if you already learn any programming language, you already learn array anyway, and it's so easy to pick up this one. So you know what, so I'm gonna explain it, and you can skip this if you already know array, and you can go moving forward. It's up to you. And yeah, so let's start. So what is array? So array is like a box of string that you're gonna put. So in computers, like on binary, right? So for example, it's like this. So all of the codes are inside of the box like this in binary. For example, hello, like that. So this is the how program works on the background, like that, like that. So these are the arrays. Okay, so that's the easiest way you can explain array. So there are just a box of string and words on that. And okay, so I'm gonna read what array featured is, and so you can imagine what is array. So array is a declaration allocate sequence memory of blocks. So this is a memories of blocks. So you don't need to understand the compiler level, like you're gonna how binary works up like that. We're web developer anyway. We're not gonna make a, how you gonna say it, rootkit like that, how memory works. You don't need to remember that. We're just say we're gonna use TypeScript to develop a web development, because you know JavaScript is a not perfect language to use. And yeah, so we keep moving forward. So array are static, that's mean array once it initials cannot be resized. So what's the meaning of this? So if you initialize a size of array, you cannot resize this. So if say we want 7 bucks, we cannot resize this on 8 bucks. So it can broke the computer, because I don't know, is it possible to do that on binary level, that you can resize the box? Is it possible? I don't know. Anyway, so each memory block represents an array elements. So array element are identified by unique integer called as a subscript index of an element. So what's the meaning of this? So each box are represented by number. How you gonna access this? So these are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's how you gonna access array in. So you can imagine, so you can access index 0. That's how you can access it by default in programming language. So 0 is the first. So some programming language start with 1, and TypeScript start with 0 anyway. So where are we? So like variables, array to should declare before they are used. Use the bar keywords. You can use let anyway to declare an array. Array initially refer to populating array elements. Value can be updated or modified, but it cannot be deleted. So this thing is so very important. So you can edit, update, or edit, but you cannot delete, because if you delete the array of blocks, it's mean you're resizing the size of array. So that's the meaning of this one, declaring initializing array. So it's so very simple. You already learned this thing. So syntax and the data types, and the value inside of that should be the data types. That's the only thing change on TypeScript and JavaScript. Should declare what's the data type. So for example, on this one, number list like 2468, so we initialize this. So it's the meaning of this, we initialize this and we equal this to 1 2 3 4 size. So we already know that the size of the array is 4, so we cannot resize this more, because we already know that's already, they have already 4, right? So that's it. And declaring initial array, the array pointer refer to the first element by default. So if you call the variable, like, how you gonna say it, like this, and curly braces like that, I guess. Okay, so maybe in the next tutorial we're gonna tackle that. So it refers to the first index 0 like that. So number, if you call the number list array, so like that, it's the default is 0. So that's it. It's so very basic, nothing too special. Array may be declared initial in a single statement like this. So you can do that, and that's the introduction of array. Nothing too fancy. I'm not over confusing somebody. It's so easy to understand. You're gonna learn these things. And yeah, so what's the difference of array and variable? So why, okay, so why you should learn array, not variable? So on array, it's like, on variables, like on the box, right, you can only store one element, one object, how you say it, object of that box. So in array you can store many as you can, but if you initialize it one more, and you cannot resize that. That's the only thing. And yeah, so like this array. And yeah, so we're done on array. We're gonna go to the real thing. So we're gonna write some codes on array. And yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so in this tutorial we're gonna learn arrays. So we're gonna write some codes right now. And yeah, so let's just start it. So TypeScript array, and in order you to create array, you need to array. So should never, okay, so you should never make a longer name, and you need to specify what type of this. So we're gonna make a string like that. So this is a array of string, so it's equal to like a, wait, you need and space, yeah. So this is the array of string. So we're gonna create an array of number. So number array. So we need 8 on that. Delete this thing. Copy that. We do 1, 2, 3. Like that. So how we gonna this is how we're gonna create array. So console.log, and we're gonna console log this one, dot, copy this, and the array like that. Okay, so we're gonna run this 02.array.ts, so it will compile. So this is how we're gonna create array in TypeScript. It's so easy. So how we're gonna access all of the, I told you that on the last tutorial, all array are in box. So how we're gonna access all of the boxes? So on default it will on 0, right? How we're gonna access the array? By specifying the box and the 1 and the box like 0. If we compile this again, it will give you b and 1. So because on this one, so TypeScript arrays, like we're accessing this one, number 1, and we're accessing number 1, index 1, b. So you got the idea on this one. So easy. And yeah, so that's how you're gonna create and access array in TypeScript. I'm not gonna make this video longer. It's so self-explanatory. You have already learned any different language. And yeah, so we're gonna go on array object, and yeah, same logic anyway. So we're gonna go on the next tutorial. Okay, so we're back in the tutorial. So before we start anyway, so it just blows my mind, like some people who comment me. So the New Boston. So if you go to the New Boston, so if you don't know, the New Boston's like the first ever YouTuber who do the programming tutorial like that. So if you go on his page, so yep, he's back anyway. So that's the good news. And yeah, so it just blows my mind that the New Boston's will gonna come back after this 5 years of away on YouTube, and things changed drastically. Like his last series called ES6, so very old, like Redux like 4 years. It almost gonna get 5 years anyway. So that's the news, and thank you the one who point me out that on my old video, that what happened to the new Boston. And yeah, so see the site. So it's now on, it's like a new currency base. What is this? Is this a Bitcoin like that? I don't know, but yeah. So Bucky Robert is okay. He's doing fine, and yeah. So let's go to my tutorial anyway. So we're gonna go to our TypeScript array. We're gonna talk about TypeScript array now, and yeah, let's just start it. So in this tutorial, we're gonna learn about array object. So we're gonna create a array. So we're gonna call the array object to create our array. So not on traditional way, so like this. So array string like that. So we can do this like, let's say bar, so alphabet, and let's say string like that. So we're gonna call array. So we're gonna specify it with for like that. Okay, so we're not gonna use a string because it's not, we're gonna for loop anyway. So number, so for, so there's no shortcut for TypeScript, right? There's a shortcut for loop. Okay, I don't want to like to type this thing like this. So I is equal to alphabet dot length. So that length is gonna checks the length of the array, and I plus plus, that's it. And we want the alphabet index is equal to I times 2. So we can get we're gonna start on 0, right? So it will output 0246, and we're gonna console log that log, and alphabet array that I. So we run this, clear ls, so dino run 03 array.ts. Okay, so array that is 538 5. Okay, so this one, so we need to add the colon. Okay, so this one, not that, colon. And yeah, so clear. So we run that again, 0246. That's how we're gonna do it. And yeah, so on this store we're gonna call the object of this one array, and we specify it with 4 size of 4, and that's how we're gonna do the array object. You're gonna call it. It's same on string. If you can do that, it's up to you anyway what kind of approach you're gonna do. So you can do this if you're gonna specify how many array you're gonna put. So this is the appropriate way to do this. New array equals to something like that. And yeah, so I'm done on the array object. So we're gonna go on array methods, all of the methods that you can use. So we're not gonna tackle all of those, we're just gonna use few of those. So you just don't need to remember all of the array methods anyway. So yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so we're back on tutorial. So we're gonna run array methods, and yeah, let's just start it. So there's so many array methods out the TypeScript support. So we're not gonna tackle all of this. You should remember only those things are exist. So you can get this on my GitHub and get the code, read it, search it by yourself. It's up to you. I'm not gonna make this video longer, so just remember that all of the array method exists that you can use. So concat, every, filter, for each, index, join, last index of, map, pop, push, reduce to right, reverse, shape, slice, some sort. All of these are, you don't need to remember this. You can search this either way on TypeScript. So we're gonna only tackle the concat and for each, index, and last index up. And yeah, so let's just start it. So concat is like, it will combine the two into new array. Like for example, this one and this one. So the output of this is A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. And okay, so it's good practice to like predict what's the output of this. So I see this on Twitter, like what's the output of this. So like this on for each, like I see this on Twitter, like what's the output of this on JavaScript. And yeah, you're gonna think yourself first and what's the output. And so if you already know what's the function, what's how it's do, so these things like callback function like this, and it's same on loop, like it's a fancy way to write things. And yeah, so we're gonna go to the for each. So you can loop on array using for each. So they build this, and the syntax kind of weird. So in regular, for normal people like on JavaScript, you're gonna use for each loop and gonna get the number of length and console log. It's the same anyway. So this is the built-in function on array. So for each, I see this on source code. This is how they write it doesn't confuse me that much. And if you see this more and more, like it's become your regular, like okay, so this is for each loop, something like that, nothing too special. And index of, it will return the index, so it will return 2, 0, 1, 2, last index of 0, 1, 2. So that's the same thing. And yeah, so let's compile this, check. So index is 7. Okay, so the other one, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, correct. 7, 8, 9, because it's looping on inside. 2, 2, okay, so it's correct. So these are the array methods. You can search this thing and get the code on my GitHub. I'm gonna give the description in the end of the series. And yeah, so let's go. We're gonna go on, what's the next topic on this? Array destruction, I guess. So that's the next topic. Or array traversal using for in loop. So you can use for each. So we're gonna still learn that on this tutorial. So you can use for each, the easiest way you can get, like, but most of the people have background on different language, don't know how to do this. So we're still gonna learn that, how to loop on array. And yeah, so thank you for watching. We're gonna go on the next tutorial. And yeah, so can you just subscribe, and it will help me how many people will watch. And yeah, see you next tutorial. Okay, so let's talk about array destructuring. And yeah, let's just start then. So basically it refers to breaking up the structure of entity. Excuse me. And TypeScript support destructuring when used in context of an array. So how it works, basically it's like this. So it's weird syntax, I never use this thing. It's taken out that this is called array the structuring, and let's see how it works. So basically you're gonna create your array and x plus y on this one, and you assign this. So if you run this thing, you're gonna get like an run .ts. So it compiled, so you get the 121 and 13. So it's called array texturing, how you're gonna pronounce that thing. And I never used this thing before, never complex like this. And yeah, so you should take note if you see this kind of, how we're gonna say it, syntax. It's called array texturing like that. And yeah, so we're almost done on the array. So we have more couple tutorial gonna come on array. I'm not gonna make this long. And yeah, so see you next tutorial. Okay, so let's look in array in TypeScript. So let's just start that. So we're gonna make a how do I say it, any and bar nums, and we're gonna numbers is equal, okay, like this, equal to, let's say 1 2 3 4 like that. So this is our array number, semicolon, and so we're gonna use for in. So if you like program on Python's like for in like that exists, so using for in to loop in array, so something like that. Or, and so we're gonna use j is equal in nums like that, and console.log, and we're gonna call the nums, so it will start on 0 index, so we're gonna call j on this one. So j is equal to 0, something like that. Okay, so I'm gonna compile this thing now. Dino run 06 array.ts. And yeah, so this is how we're gonna compile on TypeScript using in. So what if we don't specify the variable? It will automatically, and it's not the right way to do this, but it will work. Just blows my mind anyway. And yeah, so j in num, it's meaning it will loop on our array. So that's how we're gonna use for in loop in TypeScript. And yeah, so we're gonna, in our next tutorial, we're gonna look and talk about the multi-dimensional array, parsing array to a function, or return array from a function. So before we have at least 4 tutorial left in TypeScript. So yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so before we go on in our next topic about multi-dimensional array, passing array to a function, return array from a function. Before we go, so this thing, you can skip this tutorial, 3 to 4 I think 3 tutorial at this point I'm gonna make. So you can skip this tutorial if you don't want to listen about multi-dimensional array, passing array in a function, return array from a function. So if you want to see only the syntax, you can follow me. And yeah, so you already learned this on JavaScript, and that's it. Nothing too special about the next 3 tutorial I'm gonna make, and it's up to you. And yeah, so let's talk about the these three topics. So multi-dimensional array. So in TypeScript, it support the multi-dimensional array. It's simply as form of multi-dimensional array in the two-dimensional array. So that's it. You already know this thing. Passing array to a function. You can pass the function a pointer to array by specific array without an index, and return the array from a function. Allow the function to return an array. So these are the three. So you can use this tutorial in the next tutorial I'm gonna make. You can use this as a reference if you're gonna tackle about passing array to a function or return array from a function. You can do that. So we're gonna go to our tutorial in the next video. So see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so in this tutorial we're gonna start learning the multi-dimensional array in TypeScript. So yeah, let's just start it. So how you gonna declare the two-dimensional array? It's the same in any language. If you already learned this on JavaScript, you're good to go. You can skip this and go to the next thing. It's up to you. So yeah, let's just start it. So first in TypeScript, you're gonna declare the data types, and you're gonna use this one. How you gonna say it? Bracket, two bracket. It's meaning we're declaring a two-dimensional array by doing the bracket inside the bracket with two bracket, and you're gonna semicolon. You know what? Let's just start it. So let's first bar and say multi and number and double column, and inside of column, and yeah, so this is how we're gonna do it. And 1 2 3, or like that. So we're gonna console log this one, dot terminal clear dino run 08 array.ts. Okay, so this is how we're gonna make the multi-dimensional array in TypeScript. It's so easy. It's same on language, and how we gonna access it. So if you already know what array is, multi-array, this one, so it's like a box or something. For example, like this, like that. So it starts on 0, 1, and 2. So it's like a cell, like that. So coming out, and in order to access this one, so we're gonna start on 0, 0, 1, 0, 2. So how to access the two-dimensional array element is console.log multi, and we're gonna give it like this. So we want 0 and 1. So we get the 2. It's mean on 0, 0, 1. So we're accessing this one. So this one is 0, 1. So what if we want to access this one? It means 0, 0. So it will get 1. So what if we want to access this one? So we're gonna get 1 and 0. So that's how we're gonna do this on TypeScript. It's same on different language, it's absolutely the same. So this is how we're gonna TypeScript, and yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, we're back on the tutorial. So we're gonna learn about passing array to a function. So you can pass the function to a pointer to array by specifying the array name without an index. So yeah, let's just start it. So first we're gonna create our array. So let's say string on this one, do that is equal to, let's say, John. Okay, so where is it? Yeah, John. Let's say Mario. How you spell Luigi? G, like that. And we're gonna create our function. Let's say display and let's say array name, like that. And we're gonna specify it's supposed to be string array, like this. And what we're gonna do is gonna loop for each. So we're gonna use, I think, for in. We're gonna use for in on this one. It's the easiest way to loop, nothing too special. Let's say for x in array name. That's the easiest way I can think. So we're gonna console.log and what we want to do is array name, and we need the x to do this. We don't have semicolon. Names, okay, something like that. We're gonna call the display, and we're gonna pass our names on this one. So what will happen, it will run 09 array.ts compile. Yeah, so okay, so x kind of, I already tackled this before on for loop, on array, how to loop on the array. And so basically we need to, it's the easiest way I can explain this is to start on 0. By default it will start on 0 on this one. It doesn't make any sense. If you do this, you should do this, so we know that we're starting on 0 index, but it still work anyway. So that's the craziest thing about that. So in default, by using int, it will, the value of x is 0, like that. Is it possible to do this? Let's say bar x, like that. It will compile. I don't know if this is possible. Yeah, it compiled. Okay, so this is the clean way to do this. And yeah, so this is how you're gonna pass the array in a function. So you're gonna declare the parameter and what type. It's supposed to be same, and so you can use the parameter name on this one to loop, or what kind of function you can do. Okay, so we're done on this passing array to a function. So we're gonna learn next tutorial, return the array from a function. So yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so we're back on the tutorial. So we're gonna learn about return array from a function. So let's just start it. So how are we gonna achieve that? So we want to return a array. So function display. Oh my god, I can write. So let's say return new array like that, and let's say John, Mario, Luigi. Okay, you know what, let's leave that. So we want, so you can assign variable is equal to a function. Did I say it on the variable? You can do that. So it will return the array, right? So let's say let name dot string is equal to display so you cannot use name, right? Should be s. Okay, so for bar I in names console dot and we want I to do this names I like that. Okay, it should be work right now. Dino run, let's say Dino dot run, what's the title, 10 array dot ps. Okay, so this is how you're gonna return array from a function. You can do this, and yeah, so like that, new array, or you can go crazy about passing a parameter and return that. It's up to you, but this is the easiest way I can explain that you can do that. And yeah, see you in the next tutorial. So we're gonna, what's the next tutorial? I guess we're done on array, and yeah, so we're gonna talk about maybe in the next tutorial. So we're gonna learn, yeah, we're gonna learn tuples on the next tutorial now. So thank you for watching. Okay, so we're back on the tutorial. So we're gonna learn about tuples. So what is tuples and what's the difference with array? So basically array can only hold with same, for example, number. It can hold only number, it can hold only string. So tuples solve that problem, that you can hold multiple various types. So that's tuple in a nutshell. So that's it. Let's start code. So blog post is equal to and id1, and let's say title is equal to hello world, comma, posted by John, and yeah, so that's it. Blog post like that. And so this is tuple. So we stored a, so last thing is the date, I guess. Let's say 7/20/ like that, and how many views, like I got 123 view a day. So that's it. And yeah, so these tuple. So how we gonna, you know what, let's console log this one, that blog post like that. You know what, let's run this. And okay, so like this, it's same on array, but you can hold multiple various types. So that's tuple. And And how we gonna access each index? It's same on how you gonna say it, array. For example, like this, that we're gonna use the bracket index. It starts 0, 1, and 3, something like that. Yeah, so that's how we're gonna access multiple array, tuples, not array, I guess it's tuples. So you access tuples with index. And yeah, so we're done on the tuples, and what we're gonna do is on the next, okay, I'm gonna cut the tutorial for this one. We already know what is tuples, how to declare, and how to access. So in next tutorial we're gonna learn tuples operator and tuples, how to update, destructing tuples, something like that, on the next tutorial for TypeScript. So I don't want you to get overwhelmed on this one, and it's not worth it learning anyway. It's the same over and over in different language. So yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so we're back in the tutorial, and we're gonna learn about updating tuples and destruction a tuple. So what is this? You know what, let's just start it. So how we gonna update our tuples, this one? So for example, if we want our blog to be this one, we're gonna update hello world. And how we gonna do this thing? And to do this, you're gonna blog post is equal to get the index. So let's say index 1 is equal to how to update tuples, something like that. So we update our tuples now. We're gonna console that log that one and run this. And yeah, so we update, and if you see this hello world, and we update our tuples now. So of course we're gonna update our date time right now, and let's say 0, 1, 2, 3, so 3. And how many, for example, we update the date time to something like, let's say yesterday, like that. And yeah, so we update our title of blog post and the date time. And yeah, so this is how you're gonna updating the tuples. And what about the structuring a tuple? So what's this? So the structuring tuples, so what's this? So basically, so we have blog post, right? So let's say let the structuring tuples is equal to blog post, like that. And you know what, the easiest way I can explain is like this one: A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Need 5 variables on this one. 3, 4, A, B, C, D, E, like that. And we're gonna console. I think this is a very useful, like for me to loop over all of this. You need a for loop, but using this structuring tuple, you can do this more easily. You don't need to loop. That log, you know what, let's print A, B, C, D, E. So A, copy this, B, C, D, E, and enter. C, D, and E, something like that. Clear ls not Python. And where is it? Doesn't make sense. So wait, console. Yeah, so we access it with A, B, C, D, E. If you see this index 1, so I'm gonna leave a comment. So A is equal to index 1, B is equal to not index 1, index 0, and index 1, and so on. So that's it, the useful of destructuring a tuples. You don't need to loop all of this and save it to the variable. You can use destructuring. So this is a very important and useful. Like, you don't want to see code like you're gonna loop a, like it happen all the time. So on PHP, you're gonna loop an array in order to achieve this thing. This thing is so very powerful if you think about this. Like, I see code on PHP that gonna loop an array, and you need to loop over array and array and array. It make your program, if you see a program that there's so many for loop on the program, okay, there's something wrong on this program anyway. It will give your server much bad performance on that. That's it. So you should never use for loop on every program. So just remember this, the structuring a tuple on TypeScript, and you're good to go. Okay, we're done on tuples, and we're gonna learn what's the next topic we're gonna learn in the next tutorial is union. Yeah, see you next tutorial. Okay, so let's talk about TypeScript union, and I'm gonna read the definition for this one before we start doing the example. And yeah, let's just start it. So basically, a program that ability to combine one or two types. So at first, it doesn't make any sense, right? If you're declaring your variable to number and string, why you gonna hold it with two? What's the point of using TypeScript if you're gonna use this? But you know what, maybe there's a case that you're gonna use this thing. And yeah, let's just start it. So union type are powerful way to express a value that can be one several types. Two or more data types are combined using pipe symbol to denote a union type. In other words, a union are written a sequence of types separated by vertical bar. I call it pipe, not vertical bar anyway. You know what, let's just start it. So we're gonna declare our, what's the case we're gonna use union, and let's say, let's say let val like that, and string, we want this to string and number. Yeah, that's it. And we want the val is equal to, let's say 26, that's my age anyway, and console.log, we do this, and numeric value of val is equal to something like that. We do the val and console.log. Before we do that, we're gonna val is equal to, and yeah, copy this one. I'm too lazy to do this. it's not numeric string. Like that, and we're good to go. So we're gonna compile this. So cd ls cd to 13 unions dino run 01 .ts. Yeah, it compiled. So this is a union. If you see, it's like dynamically like Python, right? So if you declare your variable once, you cannot in other language you cannot do this, because like on different language, if you declare your variable string, you cannot convert it to numbers. So this is a useful. There's a case that you're gonna use this. It's called union, and yeah, I don't want to get you overwhelmed on this one. So union type, remember this. We're gonna go on our next example on union using on function parameter. And yeah, function parameter, what's the useful for this one. So we're gonna learn that on the next tutorial. So one more time, so basically I'm gonna explain it with the simplest way. So a variable that can be number or string are called union types. So you can use number and string on that variable to hold. You need to declare by using the pipeline, so not vertical bar. So pipeline, not bar, like that. And yeah, see you in the next tutorial for more union types. Okay, so we're back on the tutorial. So we're gonna learn about union type function parameter. So we want a function that can so it's never been done on any programming language that a function can, how are we gonna say it, accept a string or array in parameter. So if you're gonna achieve this, you can do a overload function like that with same name but different parameter, and yeah, your code's gonna get longer on that. So on TypeScript you can use union type function parameter. So you know what, let's just start this. So let's create function and display name. So on the parameter we're gonna give this a string, and you're gonna use the pipeline, and we want a string array. So if we pass this with string or array, it should be work fine. It doesn't matter anyway. String, like that. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna check if the type of names is equal to string. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna only console.log that, because we know it's one entity, right? Names, so we're gonna console that. So else what we're gonna do, so let's say, you know what, so let's pour in. We already learned pour in, right? So pour can do var I in and names, like that. So we don't need to use length like that, it's so crowded. And yeah, so on this one, so console.log, we're gonna get names. Okay, names with parameter of I, like that. And okay, so what's this? It should be S, right? Okay, so everything's working fine. And yeah, let's just start it. So on this one, you see the string on the parameter. We're accepting a string and string array. To use the display function, do that. I want to say John, and like that. So we're gonna create array for this one. So let's say array names is equal to John, like that. And we're gonna display name all of this. So we're gonna pass this with array. So some programming language, this thing will not work because they did not introduce the tuples like that. You can pass this, and yeah, it should be work, right? Dino run 02.union.ts should be work. Okay, so let's say console, so I can see more clearly. I'm gonna do this and we compile it. Okay, so this one we accept the array, so we loop this using for in. So we already learned for in, right? So and yeah, so this is the union type function parameter. Nothing too special to learn. It's so easy. It can be useful. So in the next tutorial we're gonna let's say on next tutorial I think we're gonna learn. So you know what, I'm still thinking what the next tutorial is. So we're still on union right now, and yeah, see you on the next tutorial. Okay, we're back in the tutorial and we're gonna learn about union type array. So we already know that array can be like specify string or number. You can do that both anyway, you can do that. And yeah, let's just start. So I'm gonna do as quick as possible. So let's say let names see number and pipeline. So we're gonna give this like this string parentheses like that, we end of that. So you know what, I'm gonna give these names is equal to not, so we specify our, let's say number, I guess, like that. And console.log this is numeric array, and we're gonna loop this using for in for bar. And we're gonna do it I like that, and we're good to go. Copy this one and do this thing. And yeah, so this is in numeric one, and we're gonna not convert it because it's already specified that can hold string or array. So I'm gonna copy the array names that it's not numeric, right? and say this is number string like that. So we're gonna do this, and John 40 and my like that, and we're gonna loop again, doesn't matter, like that. Boom, it should be work. Open your terminal, clear ls dino run 03 union.ts. It should be work. Okay, so this is the union type array, and yeah, so that's it. So on TypeScript you can do this. If you make a array and you want the number and both of them, if you're gonna use that in your program, you can do that easily. And yeah, so that's how you're gonna use union type in array. Okay, see you on next tutorial. Okay, so we're back in the tutorial. So we're gonna learn about interface on this one, and yeah, let's just start it. Okay, so interface, what is interface? And yeah, so basically interface is just a template, and you see the article that I pull up on when I search, does TypeScript a OOP like that? Absolutely, maybe, and it's not 100% objective or like Java. If you see the name, it's not the same class. You should make a class that in order to work, compared to C++ that you can do it procedurally like C. And yeah, so same on TypeScript. Anyway, you can just think about a JavaScript is a, how you gonna say it, sugar. Like you can add the TypeScript same on like Java thing anyway. And yeah, so let's just start it. So I make this video almost 5 times how I'm gonna explain this thing, and you know what, let's just start it. So what is interface again? One more time, it's just a template of a class. So I'm struggling to explain this thing. It's way easy if I explain this on Java or C# like that. Like how you gonna explain this for a JavaScript developer, that you should use object-oriented programming language approach? I've never done that before. You know what, let's just apply this out. And yeah, so the way I'm gonna explain interface is like a template. Okay, it's just a template that you're gonna implement. And yeah, let's just start it. In order to do this, you're gonna use interface person, and as you know, interface, it's just a template and there's no value on that. Yeah, it's so easy to explain this on Java or C# anyway. And yeah, so basically all of the value and the function are void and they don't have value. So on this one, we're gonna implement the person interface by using a semicolon, and the not interface is equal to something like that. If you see this, we're gonna get an error. It's missing the okay, so it's missing the properties of the person. So you know what, copy this and put it on here. So first name, let's say John, and like that. Age is 26, and we're gonna return, okay, we're gonna return, it's string, right? So semicolon string, our function. So we're gonna return, and hi there, so something like that. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna console.log. Let's say customer dot first name, we got the first name, right, to age and function. Let's say last name, so we access the function like that and like that. So Dino run, and we're in interface, right? So interface.ts compile. So yeah, so this is interface in TypeScript. We create a variable that implement the interface, and yeah, so we got the interface on this one. We access the variable and the function, and so one thing about I forgot about interface, you should be adding this. I read this on books, right? You should be to making this, you should be II, like for our classes on Java, like you should be add I, so we know that this is a interface that we're dealing. I already forgot that, so yeah, so you should add I on this one, like interface/person, like that. It's a good practice on design pattern. Like when I read books about design pattern, they always use I and the class name on that interface name. And take notes, this is not a design pattern or something like that, so always put I on the beginning name of the interface name, something like that there. And yeah, so this is the interface on TypeScript, and we're gonna go on the next tutorial. So yeah, see you next. So it's getting longer. See you in the next tutorial. So we're still on interface, and yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so we're back in the tutorial, and we're gonna talk about union type and interface. Yeah, let's just start it. So we already learned union types, that you can combine two types like string and numbers. Same on interface. So by accessing the variable, you can do that too. You know what, like I explained union like 3, I think. You know what, let's make on interface too the union. It's possible to do that. Let's just start it. So interface, call the interface like that, and let's say run option. And what we're gonna do is like program, not that, it's string. So command line. So we want this a string, array and string. So we're gonna use the pipeline. We want this to be string and string array. So string and pipeline, and this thing's going weird, right? So just watch this. Like that, not here. It's like this. And you're gonna do is our function string. That's how we're gonna do it. So we want to be a string and string array. Yeah, weird way to do this. Just see this how it works. So bar, we want an option. We're gonna implement this with I run option, and we want to be running a program with dot, let's say test1, comma, the command line. So what we're gonna pass this one is a string. We don't, so string test, like that. Okay, this is our first test on test1 and string test on. Okay, so we're gonna access this by console.log and option, so command line, like that. So on this one, this is a command line string, so we're gonna do the next one is command line as a string array, and lastly command line as a function expression, like expression like this. So what we're gonna do is copy this. Okay, you know what, let's just run this one more time, and if there's no error, 02 like interface yes. Okay, string test. Okay, we passed the string, so we're gonna do the array. Okay, so copy this one, so we're gonna pass array, delete this thing, this one, and pass it with like hello and comma and world, let's say like gcc run, like something word like that, like g plus plus no word dot cpp, like something like that. It should be work right. Okay, so something like that. We pass the array, and what about function expression? So we're gonna do the function expression. How we're gonna do that? And yeah, so if you see this string, so array, string, and a function, so that's the tree. Okay, so you're confused on this one, so using union type. Man, I'm lazy to type this. Using union type with string array, comma, and function expression, something like that. And in order to do this to work, just copy this, and on this one, so we want a function expression. So we want to do is do this, and we're gonna like our function. Okay, wait, like that, and return, let's say blah blah blah. This is, so the program is running, like that. And yeah, hacking the program, so something like stupid like that. Okay, so we're gonna pull this off, run that. Because I got an error on this one, command line. Okay, so I get this one. Should remember what type of error. Expect LBrace get some arrow. Okay, so if you're tackling new technology, you should remember what type of error, because no one's gonna teach you this. You should be aware what type of error. Okay, so it's good practice to see what's the error. You see this expected LBrace got some arrow. You know that's on this one before the arrow function. Yeah, it's same on different language. If you're gonna tackle this, and what's there? Okay, I'm gonna search it. I don't know what's the answer. What's going on? Okay, TypeScript's a shit language. That's bullshit. Okay, should see the error first, and if you don't know the answer, go to the Stack Overflow. Some nerd gonna fix that shit. And yeah, let's run this thing. Yeah, it worked. Function command line. Okay, let's just start it. So we're gonna learn about interface array, and yeah, let's just start it. And you know what? Let's type the code interface, and let's say name list, something stupid like that. Okay, always forgot. Should add I on this one, because it is a interface, and in order to get the index, you need to do it's a word syntax, like you never see this before. Index dot number, something like that. So we want string. Okay, do you get it? Okay, so this is the weird way to do this. So we're gonna bar name list 1 is equal to, we're gonna in name list, and so what we're gonna do is equal to something like this. And you know what, one line. I'm not gonna do this like this. John and like that. Can we pass this on? Okay, so what I'm doing here, so here, okay, so it picks that. So I told you before, every error or new technology, you should search it first, what's the error, before you, okay, what's happening. It always happen most of the time, and like I don't know what this error, and I go and Stack Overflow, like doing that. Okay, think before you, like that. So there's a mistake for programmer, like do you see me like doing this like that? Okay, so what's going on? Like, okay, what's the error? Like, you should analyze first before you, okay, I don't know what's going on, like that. And yeah, so it happened all the time. Okay, so on this error, you're gonna see the, say, dara not assigned to the type anime list. So what's going on? Okay, so it's not curly brace, it's bracket, because we're passing an array. That's it. Okay, solved. Okay, and console.log. So we want the name list is equal to like first index to pull this up, and we're gonna run this dino run and 03.interface.ts cannot resolve module. What is this? Okay, so what is this again? Another error. Okay, I named this wrong. They call this module on every file. They call it module. So okay, what's going on? What is this module? Okay, this happen all the time. I told you before, if you're gonna tackle a new technology, you should remember all this type of error. Okay, what this error means, what this module. So they did not call this class or file, something like that. They call this module. Okay, so later on module, I think we got module, right? Okay, modules, and let's go back. Dino run 03 like interface.ts. I typed the name right and compile. So that's how we're gonna do array. Like on the last tutorial, I go over complicated things using union, and this is how we're gonna do the array on this one. So you see this, like you see this kind of code. Okay, what's going on? So we're passing array, right? We're string array on this, right? And yeah, I should go on step by step. So that's my mistake on this one. Okay, array interface, this is how we're gonna write that. And this is array, and yeah, so index number string. So it's meaning we're in interface, we're getting a array. That's it. I'm not gonna overcomplicate it. So we can access all of the file one, and let's say 3, and we print this out. Okay, you got that. Okay, so we're done. So we're gonna go to the interface and inheritance on interface. So yeah, so I don't know how we're gonna explain the next chapter. I'm gonna think about the more easiest way I can get. Okay, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so we're back in our tutorial, and we're gonna learn about interface and inheritance. So what is this? So if you already learned the object-oriented programming language, basically you already understand this concept. And so the easiest way I can explain this by typing the code. So yeah, so we're gonna inherit another interface. So let's say interface person, and so that our interface person. So if I forgot again, should put I on this one, and name. So the person have a name with string, and age is number, and s, and not name, first name is equal to string, and changes to last name, like that. And this is how you're gonna make the interface, and we're gonna extend it with another interface. For example, interface, so programmer, like that. And we're gonna extend by using extend keyword by person, So programmer with I wrong spell this, extend person like that, and our programmer should be have a salary with number like that. And you know what, let's say, so my name John and is equal to IP programmer. Copy this one and do this. And we don't have body on this one, like that. So on this one, I'm gonna use me as age is equal to 26, and so John dot first name. Okay, wait, I'm gonna copy this. It's so easy to do this. Is equal to last name is equal to Kaya, something like that. And so we're gonna console log all of this in order to do. So my salary, you don't need to know what's my salary. I'm way average, let's say, like that. And console.log, we're gonna do this thing quick because I have something to do. And you know what, let's be quick. The first name is, we're gonna do plus and John dot that. Copy this all, last name, salary, copy one more time. We want the person age, we want age on this one, first name, last name, and salary. So we're gonna compile this thing now. It should be work, right? And let's say Dino run 04 interface that yes, it's all about. Okay, so it's work. And yeah, so this is how you're gonna extend the interface to another interface in TypeScript. And yeah, so this is a weird syntax. If you see this, is equal to, like, we're not defining all of the, because we leave this blank. So you need to get to use on this one. And yeah, so this is how we're gonna extend interface in inheritance. You know what? See you in the next tutorial. So I'm not gonna make this overcomplicated. We're gonna, on next tutorial, we're gonna do multiple interface inheritance. And yeah, see you next tutorial. Okay, so we're back on the tutorial and we're gonna learn about multiple interface inheritance in TypeScript. Let's just start it. So first, we're gonna make our interface. So is it possible to, let's say, person, is it possible to, so is it possible to extend interface and interface in TypeScript? Absolutely yes. And we want name and give it a string. Okay, so interface, and let's say parent, say, so we want person to inherit the parent. So it's kind of stupid interface, and so I give it name. You know what? Last. Let's say ID. I guess that person should be have an ID. So we give it number, last name, dot string, first name, dot string, like that. So we're gonna extend it. So interface child, interface child, extend. We're gonna extend the person. I don't know, it's kind of stupid example. So like that and like that. It's kind of weird syntax in just one line. So I like this kind of thing approach. So okay, so we're gonna let our child, so children is equal. So we're gonna extend using child. So we're gonna we need to pass the first one, so ID. For example, we want the ID is like 1 2 3, something like that. So we're gonna last name, so last name, so ID, and you're gonna do is like that. So you should be familiar on the syntax. So one more time, if you see the error, block scape variable is missing. Okay, so what's this meaning again? So I told you before over and over, declare block scope variable is missing, so you should put equal on this one. So children are missing properties, so we need to implement last name and first name. So in order to do that, last name, and let's say our parent's name is like that, and it's not last name, so so we're gonna use comma to separate this. First name, copy the first name, and colon, like that. I don't know what's okay. Number, last name, string. Okay, so one more thing I never talk about you. So if you are on the same folder like that, so you can, okay, so this is a mandatory. You're gonna see this kind of error. So you see property age is missing type, but it's not on this file, right? So we're extending, where is it? On this one. So basically on another file, like the module are interacting. So you should be very careful on this one if you extend or something like that, and it's not on this file on our example. So in order to separate that one, so we don't have package right now. So like on Java, you can separate the scope on that, so we cannot interact with the same name. Okay, so this one's on can be solved on Java, I guess, like I remember like that. So you're not gonna get this kind of error, for example, in different language, because we're extending person. So the compiler think that we're extending on this one because there's a interface on this on number 4. So like that, I person on different module file, but we're on the on this 05 interface.ts, you're gonna get this kind of annoying error. It's mean you don't have implement the age. Okay, should be careful on this one, because you should change this interface to S person. And so yeah, so we're saying that we want to implement this not on the other file. Okay, so you already learned that today, so keep that on your mind. And yeah, so we're done on that. We solved that. Okay, no error. So if I remove this, so the compiler think that we're implementing person on this one, so we got error, right? And in order to solve that, change the interface name so you cannot get error, and that's it. Okay, so we're gonna console right now. So in order to do this is console.log, and so children, right? Okay, so we're gonna access that by using the variable children that ID, last name and first name. So okay, like that. So is it possible to inherit multiple interface? Yes, you can do that. So this is how we're gonna do this. And yeah, I hope you learn new things, and see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so we're back on the tutorial, and we're gonna learn about TypeScript classes. And yeah, let's just start. So first, and this is the introduction. We're not gonna type code on this part anyway. I'm gonna explain it, and so we can proceed. So I'm gonna explain the builds, constructor, function, all of the terminology that we're gonna use on programming. You already learned this, so you can skip this and go to the next tutorial, and we're gonna write code how to make class, builds, function. So you should be familiar on how TypeScript you're gonna write that. And yeah, let's just start it. So first, TypeScript is a object-oriented JavaScript, and TypeScript support object-oriented program feature like classes, interface. You already learned, you know this. So a class in terms of OOP is a blueprint for creating objects. So class encapsulation data for the object. So what is encapsulation? So we're gonna tackle this later on, like public, private, like that. So in order to hide the variables to the user. So for example, if you create a class, okay, so it's gonna become a like object-oriented TypeScript tutorial. So I'm gonna give you a, if you have experience on different language, you already learn this thing. You should be private all your variable. If you don't want to access outside, if you want to access every, you should be using public. That's it, nothing too special. So encapsulation, hide the data for the user. So that's it, nothing too overcomplicated. And TypeScript give a built-in support for this concept called class. So JavaScript ES5 or early did not support classes. So JavaScript on earlier version don't have classes, right? So TypeScript get this feature from ES6. And the syntax, so the class, that name, and the scope. So very straightforward. The syntax is so easy, you can apply if you learn Java or C#, something like, it's easy to understand this. So a class definition include the following. So you should be familiar on this term. Fields. So what is fields? So a field is a variable declared in the class. We already tackled this on variable. So classes in variable that declare inside the class are called fields. So represent the the all the variables inside. They call it fields on. And constructor, what is constructor? We already used constructor of, for example, array, like that. We already called the constructor, and responsible allocating memory for the object of the class. So constructor is the first class you're gonna call when you declare class or something like that. So constructor, that's constructor. So there are deconstructor. So what if your classes did not use deconstructor, gonna call and allocating all the memory of that. We don't need to remember this right now. You should be familiar with this on different language. So function are representative of object and take. They are also at time reserved to as methods. So function, methods, class, method are the same terminology. You hear that? If I say function or method, they are absolutely the same in the classes. So separate function. Okay, I call it like methods. I don't call it function because functions kinda, how you gonna say it, globally used. So I use this function. What function are you talking about? So like that. I use this class method. So it's so easy. And yeah, so these are the terminology you gotta learn for making classes. And yeah, we're gonna go to the next tutorial and we're gonna write some code. So see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so we're back on the tutorial. So what we're gonna do in this tutorial, we're gonna create our first ever class. And yeah, let's just start it. So let's say how to create classes in TypeScripts. And yeah, let's just start it. So first we're gonna declare class. I think the easiest I learned classes on car. They explain that class interface like that. They explain on cars. So we're gonna make a car class, and so we're gonna declare fields. So this is how we're gonna declare fields. And how in order to declare fields is, let's say engine. We want our engine to be like Tesla or something like that. And string. So we're not learning the public, private like that. We're gonna learn that later on. So we're only gonna learn how to create classes on this one. I don't want to get it overwhelm you. So builds, construction, function. So those are three we're gonna learn today. And constructor. So we're gonna call the constructor. So we want our engine. So we want this to be string, something like this, and this. So we're gonna use the this keyword to tackle this. Engine is equal to engine that we're gonna pass on here. So this one on default is public because we can access this outside. It's not private default. Should be careful on this one. Maybe they update the TypeScript later on. And yeah, let's start it anyway. So keep moving forward. So we constructor like that. So we're gonna, next is function. And so let's say display engine like that. So we want void because we don't want to return something. Already told you, right? So if you're gonna return something, you're gonna declare on this one. Same on Java anyway. If you're familiar on Java or C#, it's kind of a how you gonna say it, easy to understand, nothing too special, not over too complicated. And void. So we want void on this one, so we're gonna console.log and do this thing. Let's say engine is blank Tesla engine. So on this one, in order to access the fields, you're gonna use this keyword and engine. That's it, nothing too special. So this is how we're gonna declare classes. So we're gonna on next, so we're gonna creating an instance object. So how we're gonna do that? So let's and Tesla is equal to new. So we're gonna name the class new car. So the car and the parameter. So we want the engine to be like Tesla 1. That's it. And Tesla console.log. So we want to print the Tesla dot display engine. So console.log and Tesla dot engine. So I can prove that on default on TypeScript is public. So if we don't have error, spinning the builds are default on public, and that's kind of an security issue that should be think about. And you know what, let's just run this thing anyway. So dino run 02 and classes.ts. okay, it compiled, so it meaning that okay, so this one, so we need to console, right? So we need the function like that, run the thing. Okay, engine is Tesla undefined. What is undefined? This one kind of weird. They give me undefined. I know that engine is Tesla 1 because of this. Because on the console.log. So how this is how we're gonna display this. Like that. Or not on a console because they're gonna give you undefined. What about this? Okay, so we fixed that annoying undefined. So one more time, we're gonna compile this thing. Engine is Tesla. We access the function. We learn the constructor on this one, and the fields we prove that on default it's a public because we accessed it on our instance. It's not default private, I guess. Okay, we cannot see, so maybe on later on. So this is how we're gonna declare classes, create an instance, and yeah. So see you in the next tutorial. So we're still on classes. We're gonna learn still on classes. So see you next tutorial. Okay, so we're back on the tutorial. So we're gonna learn about class inheritance on this one, and yeah, let's just start it. So I'm gonna read the definition and we're gonna write some code. I'm gonna do it quickly as possible, and yeah, let's just start it. So TypeScript support the concept of inheritance. We already know this. We do this on interface. So inheritance is the ability of a program to create a new classes from existing class. So the class that is extend to create a newer class is called the parent class, the superclass. The new created class are called the child and subclasses. Very common. We already know this on different language. Absolutely the same. And class inherited from another class using extend keyword. Same on Java, and yeah. A child class has inherited all properties and method except private members constructed from the parent's class. Okay, you know what, let's just start it. So we're gonna make a class, let's say shape, and we're gonna do this. So area, we want our area to be number, and we make our constructor, we're gonna call our constructor, we want that to be a number. So basically we're gonna pass our shape, we're gonna pass a number on that. So this dot area is equal to a, so this, so we're pairing on this one because we're on the class, right? And this is our class. So class dot circle, we're gonna extend our shape, not extend, we're gonna extend our shape. And so we're gonna do display our display area, something like that. So this one we're gonna do, okay, so we want void on this one, like we're not returning something, we're just displaying something. So this is a recap on our function on the last tutorial. And let's say console.log the area of the circle, and we're gonna do the plus. So this that area, because we inherited the area on the shape, so we can access that. So we're set and done. So we're gonna do, let's say bar object is equal to new, we're gonna do circle. So we need to pass the constructor because we inherited on shape. So let's say we want to pass the area of 200, let's say 100, and object dot display area. So clear ls dino run 03 dot classes dot ts. Okay, the area of circle is 100. So this is the easiest way I can explain inheritance, that you inherited the variable, all of that, the function, and maybe on later on. So we're gonna, I just demonstrate the inheritance on this one. I don't want you get over complicated. That's my job, not to confuse you. On this one we already know that extend, in order to inherited all of this inside of the class, we're gonna use the extend keyword of that classes. That's it, nothing too complicated. We're gonna go to the next tutorial and I'm gonna explain about inheritance, the level of inheritance. For example, can you make a multiple inheritance, multi-level, and single inheritance, like that concept on the next tutorial. And yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Yeah, so we're back on the tutorial, and yeah, let's just start it. So first we're gonna talk about the different types of inheritance. So basically single, multiple, and multi-level are the inheritance in different language. So but on TypeScript, multi-level are not supported. So I'm gonna read the inheritance. So basically single, every class can be the most extended from one parent class. So this one are the single. So multiple classes inherited from multiple classes type is not supported. And yeah, so last one is the multi-level. So for example, on this one, our root child and the leaf. So basically it's kind of like this. We're inherited on the roots, so leaf will inherited the child one. So this the multi-level. And okay, so this is a very short tutorial. I'm not gonna overcomplicate things anyway. So if you see this thing, it's a multi-level inheritance, single inheritance, and yeah, that's it. So on the next tutorial, we're gonna learn about the inheritance and method overriding in TypeScript. And yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so let's talk about inheritance and method overriding. And yeah, let's just start it. So in TypeScript you can do that. So I'm gonna do the typing and I'm gonna explain it while writing it. So first we're gonna create our parent class. So let's say printer class, like that. And on this class we're gonna do print something. Okay, we want void because we don't want to return nothing. So we just only want to console that log. And let's say parent printing methods. Like that. So child printer class, and we're gonna extend the printer class. So we're gonna do with the same name, copy this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the super. So in order to call the super dot to print, so it's meaning we're calling the parent class. So super dot print just mean we're calling this function on our parent class, and do print by like that. So very straightforward. And what we're gonna do is bar object is equal to new child printer class and object dot to print. So what will happen, it will print both of the function dino run 05 classes.ts. Yeah, it compiled. So that's how you're gonna do it. So this one calling the super class is super.toPrint. So in order to use the function for parent class, you're gonna use super, and you're gonna use the doPrint is like that. So you're gonna call do super to access the function. It's very straightforward, nothing too special. And yeah, so next tutorial we're gonna learn about static keyword, and see you on the next tutorial. Okay, so let's talk about static keyword. And what is static keyword? Can be applied to the data member of a class. So a static variable retains its value until the program is execute. Static member are represented by the class name. So basically static variable are, how you gonna say it? So if a program, what will happen? So if you already have experience on programming, if you go on CS, or school, like they teach you how program works, right? So what will happen if the program ends are being on the garbage collector, right? So it will be on garbage collector, all of that. If the function's done, it will cache all of the memory that are not being used. So but on static variable are stay until the program ends, it's still done, still hold the value. So that's the static keywords. So basically if you call a function, you don't need to retain the value of that. You can use regular variable. So if you for example static, I think what's the easy example again? For example, on addition, on calculator, you want a static variable that hold all of the sum, because if you sum all of the number after your function finish, all of the memory are being cleared. So it's a useful variable, and yeah, so the variable stay there. And you know what, they just started explaining, and you know what, let's type the code and I'm gonna explain it. Static variable. So in order to declare our static variable, you're gonna do static num.number. Did I already tackle this on the variable section? You know what? Never mind, let's just start it. So static, we're gonna void like that, console.log, and so we're gonna do static main.num. So in order to access the static variable, so we're gonna do, so the value of num is, so we're gonna do the class name. We're gonna do the class name. It's word syntax anyway, and you should be familiar on this one, like that. So that's how we're gonna access static variable in TypeScript. And you know what, so basically the easiest way, again one more time, you don't need to create an instance in order to create the class. So basically the approach for this one, you're gonna access it on creating an instance of that class, but we declare it on static. It's meaning we can access this without even creating an instance. That's the easiest way I can explain that. So we're gonna do num, and we're gonna do 25, no 26. So we're gonna declare, we can access now the function. For that, so we're gonna compile this thing anyway. Clear ls dino run 06 classes dot yes. Okay, it compiled, so that's it. So if you declare your variable and function with static inside the class, you can access that without even creating an instance. So that's it, and it's very useful too, like that. And on the next tutorial, we're gonna learn about the instance of operator. So what is instance of that, so we can know what type of classes are being on, how are you gonna say it, if this variable are instance of this class. So you're gonna learn that instance operator, and yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so let's talk about TypeScript instance of operator. And You know what? Let's just start it. So this is a very short tutorial. I'm not gonna make this very long. And for example, we create a class, a new object, that object. So we're gonna use the instance of operator, and it will return true or false only. So let's just say object, our instance of person, true or false. You know what? Let's run this thing. And run, let's say 7 classes.ts. Okay, object is an instance of person is true. So this is a very useful operator you can use. So if you're gonna check this is the instance of that class, you're gonna use the instance of, and yeah, so we're done on the instance operator. We're gonna do the data hiding. So we're gonna go to the good part on TypeScript. We're gonna talk about public, private, protected, like that. And on the next tutorial, yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so in this tutorial, we're gonna talk about data hiding or encapsulation in TypeScript. Okay, so before we dive in on TypeScript, I'm gonna read the definition. We're not gonna write code on this part. I'm just explaining things, and I don't wanna make a longer video, like it can overcomplicate things. And in the next tutorial, we're gonna type the code and explain the encapsulation. I'm gonna read this, and yeah, let's just start it. So data hiding. A class can control the visibility of its data member. So we're talking about variable inside the class to member of other classes. This capable term as data hiding or encapsulation. So if you want to encapsulate your class, you need to use public, private, protected. So you can do that. So it's a term, so it's called encapsulation. So you should remember that you're gonna hear this a lot. And object orientation use the concept of access modifier or access specifier to implement the concept of encapsulation. So the access specifier modifier are defined the visibility of class data member outside the defining. So those are public. So let's read the definition of public. So a public data member has a universal accessibility. The data member in a class are public by default. Okay, so I told you before, right? So in TypeScript, on default are public. So this is a kind of security risk at this point of TypeScript version, and the public is default. Okay, you don't. So other language are private are the default for that. And if you don't know this thing, if you make a program that password, let's say bank account like that, so the default is public, not private. And yeah, you're fired if you don't know this thing, if you don't read the documentation and you did not test it. Yeah, you're definitely getting fired on your job. Okay, private. So private data member are accessible only within the class that define this member. If a external class member try to access private number, the compiler throw an error. So only inside that class can access the variable who are declared private. And protected. Let's talk about protected. So a protected data member is accessible by the members within the same class as the former and also the member of the child classes. So inherited and protected, you can use protected. Private can only use on class. Protected can be used on member of the child classes, meaning if you want to inherit it and use it on the inherited class, you can access it by using protected. That's it. And on the next tutorial, we're gonna demonstrate about the encapsulation. See you on the next tutorial. Okay, let's talk about the encapsulation in TypeScript. Let's just start it. I already write the code. You don't want me to write this thing. It's so very straightforward. So we already know the default of TypeScript is public. That's why we can access it everywhere. So private and protected. So what will the output of this? What will gonna outcome? To be got an error. If you can explain this, you are understand the encapsulation and the scope and all of that, all of the above. And you know what? I give you 5 seconds. What's the problem of this one? If you can explain it straightly, less than 30 seconds, you understand the encapsulation. You know what? I'm gonna compile this and we're gonna get an error. So because private and only accessible within class encapsulation. And yeah, so this is a very short tutorial. We understand that public, private, and protected. So it's not on the scope. On 3, we're gonna get the same error. Property str does not exist on type encapsulation. Do you mean str? It's meaning we got error this on here. And yeah, so see you on the next tutorial. We're gonna learn about classes and interface. And yeah, see you on the next tutorial. And yeah, let's just start it. So we're back on the tutorial on class interface, classes, and also we're gonna learn the implement keyword. So we learned about the interface right on the last tutorial. So interface is just a template anyway, and you know what, I'm gonna write the code as quickly as possible. So I'm gonna create an interface. So I is equal to loan interface. So the loan have an interest so the number like that. So we're gonna implement this with our how you gonna say employee, not employee, because our clients, we're gonna implement that because we're on loan. You know what, be student. So that's it. So we implement the loan. So we got an error, so it's meaning incorrectly by interface. So we need to implement the interest on this one. So copy this, paste it on here, and rebate that number. Okay, so we implement the loan with number on our here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna call the constructor. So interest, our parameter is interest, that number, and let's say rebate that number. So we're gonna use that this keyword to access this one. So copy that, and what we'll want to do is this. Is equal to interest on this one, our parameter, rebate, something like that. Okay, so we don't need this. Okay, like that. And our first student, so bar student 1, let's say give a student number like that, and is equal to new student. So that student gonna get the loan, like, so the first parameter is the interest. Let's say give him 80 and the rebate of 30, and that's why you don't go to college. And console.log, and you know what, the interest is okay, the interest is like that plus the object that interest, so the student, we're gonna access the plus the rebate is, we're gonna access the student object that rebate like that. So we're gonna compile this thing, clear lsd no run, then like that. So the interest is 80, the rebate is 30, and yeah, so this is how we're gonna implement the interface on TypeScript. It's very straightforward, and the only difference is the implement, not extend. We're not extending the, what's the difference extend and implement? So it's mean extends, and you want to inherit the interface. So we're gonna implement the interface by using the implement method, implement keyword, not method. And yeah, so that's it, and we're done on the classes. All of the topic are all tackled. We're gonna go to the next topic and see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so we're back on the tutorial. So on this tutorial, we're gonna learn about object in TypeScript. So on this tutorial, we're only gonna see the syntax. On the next tutorial, we're gonna the programming and writing the code. And you know what? I'm gonna explain it first before we tackle this. We already know this before. And yeah, let's just start it. So an object is an instance which contains set of key and value pairs. So the value can be scalar value or function, even array of other object. The syntax is given below. So yeah, so the syntax is very straightforward. You're gonna declare a variable is equal to, with parentheses, with key value, with set of key value pair. So this one is the variable is equal to something like this, like that, or you can even be function or array. You can do that in TypeScript object, and that's it. That's the TypeScript, nothing too special. And on the next tutorial, we're gonna make our object, and yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, we're back in a tutorial, and let's just start it. So first, we're gonna learn about object literal notation, and let's just start it. So bar person is equal to, we're gonna name first name is equal to John, comma, last name like that. And we're gonna access this by doing we're gonna access the value by using console.log, and we're gonna do person dot first name, copy this and do the last name like that. Okay, so this is the object literal in TypeScript, very straightforward. We declare our with variable pairs with first name. This is the key, and the value is John. Last name is my last name anyway. And yeah, so this is object literal. I'm not gonna make this over complicated, so this is it. On the next tutorial, we're gonna learn the TypeScript of type template or something like that. And yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so let's talk about the TypeScript type template. Don't worry about this, I already typed this and it works fine. It's like the compilers like having an error like this, but if you compile this thing, it works fine. So basically nothing to worry about. So what is TypeScript type template? For example, on this one, we declare the template of say hello, and later on we're gonna implement the say hello function and get a first name in order to print the first name and last name. So very straightforward. And at this point, you got this kind of weird error anyway. Property say hello does not exist, but it works fine and nothing to worry about. And yeah, so this is the TypeScript type template in TypeScript. So basically, that you can use that on this for the template. And yeah, so see you next tutorial. Okay, we're back in the tutorials, and let's talk about object as function parameter. And yeah, let's just start it. Okay, so the syntax kind of weird anyway. Like for example, this one, function with object dot, and we're gonna put the parameter on this one. I think you should be getting used on this one if you're gonna use this, the object function parameter, like this one on here. So you create a object so you can access the parameter. So basically you're making an object of this person and get the first name and the last name. So that's it, nothing too special about, like, you don't want me to write that. You just, you know, this thing exists. That's the important thing, and you can search it later on. And yeah, so we're still on object, and we're gonna learn, I don't know, I'm gonna think about what we're gonna learn on next tutorial. So yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, let's talk about duck typing. And you know what, I'm gonna explain this. So already write the code. It will getting complicated if I write this. I don't want to make longer video, that's bullshit anyway. If I can explain this with 30 seconds, okay, you're gonna save your time much more. And yeah, you know what, let's just start it. So duck typing. So in duck typing, there's two objects are considered to be the same type if both share the same set of properties. Duck typing verifies the presence of certain properties in the object rather than their actual type to check their suitability. The concept is generally explained by the following phrase. So this is very famous. Duck typing is kind of when I see the bird that walks like a duck and swim like a duck and quack. So like a duck, I call that bird a duck. So yeah, I hear this phrase before. You know what, let's go to the example, and I'm gonna explain it as quickly and shortly as possible that you can use. So some examples like overwhelm you, like I don't know, is this the right way to teach duck typing? And you know what, this is the easiest way, I think. And yeah, let's just start it. So first we're gonna create a interface with x and y. So our function are passing the parameter of, it's not integer or number, it's a interface type. Okay, so we did not learn this on class, that you can create a parameter that you can pass the what type. I only teach you that you can pass string and number. So on Java, you already know this thing, and you're gonna pass a instance of, it's not an instance anyway, it's a property type. Is you can pass the property type of interface point and pass it to your function like that, and we're gonna return the, so this one is so kind of, you should be always remember this. Okay, this one, or I already teach this on function, you remember function, we're gonna return the interface point type properties on this one. So I told you before that you can return void, string, number on function, but there's a one thing that this one, because object oriented program language, so we're gonna return the interface type properties because of this on return. So we did not return a string or number, we return the type of iPoint, so it's a interface type. That's the thing that we're gonna return. And if you see this, so p and x, you see this, so it can confuse you a lot because we use x and y variable on this. So it meaning we're accessing the interface point and we're implementing that with x plus is equal to x and y. So that's it, nothing too special. So we're just going to interface and getting the x and y. We're getting the x and y is equal to x and y. That's it, that's the this one. So what's the parameter we're gonna pass? It's equal to this x and y. That's it, nothing too special about it. So we already learned the duck typing. So just think about that, we're gonna pass this the interface type, and we're gonna access the x and y on that, and we're gonna return it with pointer. So it kind of overcomplicate these things. So if you see this, so x, so one parameter is p, right? It's meaning we're passing p1 with x and y, comma, it's mean the next value, the next parameter is p2 with same point type with x and y. That's why we, okay, this is a weird syntax, like you never see this before. And yeah, it's so easy, nothing too overcomplicated. So if you don't follow the, you're gonna get an error on this one because you did not pass another parameter. You need to pass the x and y on this one. So interface, you're gonna pass the x and y, comma, and p, x and y, x and y. That's it. Okay, nothing too special. Okay, we're gonna compile this thing like dino run 05. Okay, we're gonna get an error because we did not follow the, okay, this is an error on the dino run. Okay, we got an error because we did not follow this one. So we're gonna solve this by saying y is equal to something. So we're gonna follow the instruction of, where's it, y dot, yeah, like that. Okay, it compiled. So that's it, and that's the duck typing. I'm gonna going back to get you an example for this one. And yeah, so that's how you do the duck typing. It's the easiest way I can explain. And yeah, okay, you know what, see you in the next tutorial. We're done on the object and we're gonna go to the namespace. And yeah, see you in the next tutorial. Okay, we're back in the tutorial and let's talk about the TypeScript namespace. You already learned Java or C#. Like, it's so easy to understand this. And the answer is, I'm not gonna read this all explanation. So basically, namespace is a how do you say it? Remove the naming collision. So basically, if you're gonna make a variable, like there's so many name file, like if you're maintaining big application, so there's a chance that naming collision will occur. So that's why they create namespace on programming in general. So it solved the problem of name collision. So that's the only thing you should understand, namespace. And yeah, let's just start it. And in order to create namespace in TypeScript, you're gonna use the namespace and the name of the namespace and the bracket, all of that. And if you're gonna export something, for example like this, you're gonna use this. So it's version 1, maybe they change it in the future, who knows, but they use this type of syntax, like use this referred path and the file. You're gonna use the namespace that name. That's how you're gonna call that. And if you have same name of annual p like that, it can be name collision, but it's solved by using the namespace. Okay, that's it. I'm not gonna make it longer. I already explained this. So namespace is just a solution for naming collision. So naming collision will not occur if you're using namespace. And yeah, that's it. I'm gonna make it quick. I'm not gonna make it longer video on this. We're gonna go on the next tutorial. We're gonna go to modules on next tutorial. See you next tutorial.